Good morning. I see that 10 of our 11 members are present in person today, and I understand that Member McQuillan is participating in this meeting from a remote location. And consistent with the recent changes in the laws governing our meetings, I must ask now, Member McQuillan, would you confirm that you are present?
I am present. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. McQuillan. Good to see you all remotely. Thank you for allowing me to participate remotely.
We understand all the weather that is between you and us. And so we're glad you're with us safely from your location. And then seeing that all of our board members are now present, I'll hereby call the March 2024 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:30 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Patillo Bronson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so welcome to all. I'd like to welcome not only our board members, but staff and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person, and I'd like to strongly encourage those in the room to continue to take precautions. Masks are available outside the room, or in the back of the room if you need one. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through W5. The proposed regular consent items are items 5 through 12. We will not be adjourning to closed session, and we will proceed straight to the items for this meeting's agenda. We will reopen item 1, State Board Priorities and Projects, later today to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft January 2024 meeting minutes and to report on our liaison assignments. Public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of this meeting to know at what point public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering the access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We'll also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Item 15 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. Item 1 is our State Board Projects and Priorities item. I understand that Superintendent Thurman will be joining us remotely, so I'll turn it over to him for the State Superintendent's report. And hopefully the technology will work.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Madam President and members of the board. It's my honor to be joining you remotely as I wrap up a trip to DC, where we've had the opportunity to attend the Comprehensive Center's National Summit on Education, a chance to meet with the Secretary of Education, a chance to meet with advocates on how we can expand funding for homeless students in our country. And today I have opportunity to join you from Temple University, where I hope to speak with Dr. Molefe Asante, who helped us steer our Model Ethnic Studies curriculum guide as it relates to the content related to African American studies. As we begin the meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that it is Women's History Month, and acknowledge just a few of the trailblazers like yourself, Dr. Darling Hammond, and our Vice President, Kamala Harris, and former Superintendent Delane Easton, all of you trailblazing and first in your role, in your capacities as leaders. I also want to thank Vice President Glover Woods, who joined the Black History Celebration sponsored by the department with a focus on STEAM education and creating STEAM opportunities for African American students and students of all backgrounds. I'd like to also acknowledge that we followed some of the traditions recommended in the History of Social Science framework about using oral history as a way to engage students in topics of history, and thank the people of the city of Richmond, California, for hosting us at West Contra Costa Unified School District for a conversation and oral history with several participants who came to Richmond during the time of World War II, whose families came to work during the shipyards, the Kaiser shipyards presence, and who shared oral histories with many students at De Anza High School in person and live stream to 5 other high schools throughout West Contra Costa Unified School District. In the month of January, we also had the opportunity to provide an oral history conversation, this time as we approached the Holocaust Remembrance Day, that we were able to have a Holocaust survivor share personal stories with students, again, at West Contra Costa at El Cerrito High School, and then live stream to students at 5 other high schools in the district. We'd like to also report out that last week we were able to support an open house at the California School for the Deaf in Riverside, and remind anyone that we have openings at our incredible schools for the deaf at Riverside and California School for the Deaf in Fremont, as well as our California School for the Blind in Fremont, that students can be served at these schools at no cost to them or their families. And students can get access to great training, whether it's ASL or Braille or other great resources to support our students. Madam President, I've mentioned to you that as the legislative cycle is getting underway, there are a number of bills that we are sponsoring and working on that we think speak to the needs of students and educators. One is a bill with the California Teachers Association that would provide teachers with pregnancy leave. Another bill with our Classified Employees Association that would allow districts to become moving from ADA to an average enrollment system, which would provide more resources for addressing chronic absenteeism. And I would mention that we are also sponsoring bills that would teach personal finance to California students and to help them reduce debt. And we are sponsoring a bill to make a computer science graduation requirement. As we continue moving forward, we want to make sure our students have access to the skills that prepare them for the jobs of today and tomorrow. And we're excited to be working on these pieces of legislation. And with that, I'll stop and see if there are any questions from members of the board, and looking forward to today's meeting and conversation.
Comprehensive report, and ask that you give my best regards to Dr. Asante and to Temple. I am also an alum, as you are, and appreciate all that you've done in DC. There's a symbiotic relationship that we have to cultivate with our federal partners. So I'm just going to add my welcome to the March meeting of the State Board of Education. Once again, the old saying that March comes in like a lion is proving to be true. In just the last few days, we've seen heavy snow, as you know, in the mountains. Some people are still stuck up there, and even more rain impacting parts of our state, in some cases disrupting instruction. On Monday, we received words that 54 schools were closed due to snow, and impacting more than 12,000 students. The affected schools were located in El Dorado, Plumas, Placer, Humboldt, and Trinity counties, which explains why Member McQuillan, who lives to the far north of our state, is with us virtually today. And these storms are part of a wave of heavy storms that have impacted thousands of students over the past few months in schools, from San Diego County all the way up to Humboldt, with blizzards, hurricanes for the first time this year, flooding, and high winds, causing unsafe conditions and power outages. We continue to be grateful for the many teachers and principals and school site staff and parents and students who come together in these trying times to focus on school safety so that impacted campuses can resume operations quickly. But we know we likely haven't seen the last of this rough weather. Climate-induced weather events that cause school absences and closures have accelerated over the last several years and are likely to continue to do so. And protecting student learning is also essential when weather events and other disasters interrupt teachers and students' ability to get to school. I'm pleased that the governor's proposed budget includes new opportunities for attendance recovery and remote learning in emergencies that can provide continuity of instruction. If adopted by the legislature, this bill will enable our schools to leverage greater access to learning more easily for all of our students. Thankfully, March also gives us things to look forward to. It is a month full of school celebration days. Next week, I know you're all waiting for this, March 15th is Pi Day. Pi Day is an opportunity for math enthusiasts around the world to recite the infinite digits of pi, talk to their friends about math, and eat pie. And math teachers, as you know, can be very creative about Pi Day parties, so I look forward to hearing about the activities that have been planned and all of the amazing pies that are being eaten. Another important annual March event is Read Across America Day, which was celebrated earlier this week. Read Across America Day is an opportunity for adults to demonstrate to children how much joy can be derived from sitting down with a good book. It's also an opportunity to reflect on the investments that we've made in California to ensure that our students become proficient readers who enjoy reading. And while we know this year's budget situation is much more challenging than we've seen in a few years, many positive things continue to come down from the state's investments in early literacy in years past that are continuing this year, building on our pioneering English language arts, English language development framework, the only in the country that has combined the needs of monolingual and multilingual learners, which is our foundational document. We've developed the English Learner Roadmap, extensive professional development opportunities, and a new literacy roadmap is under construction right now. When it's completed, it will provide practical guidance for literacy instruction for teachers in the classroom, aligned with the framework and access to resources for that instruction. As you know, the California Dyslexia Guidelines and the California Dyslexia Initiative have provided guidance and evidence-based reading and writing instruction and targeted interventions to students over the last couple of years. We will be discussing today the new initiative approved last budget to recommend screeners to flag risks of reading difficulty for students in grade K through 2. And this year, the very first batch of literacy coaches and reading specialists for more than 800 high-need schools is being trained by a consortium of literacy experts led by Sacramento County Office of Education, with a second cohort of literacy coaches on the way. So we have a lot going on. We are leaning in to implement, the initiatives of prior years. Among those districts that have made significant gains in English language arts scores over the last 2 years, almost half of our districts, the elements I've just listed are key. Effective use of the framework and the EL roadmap, strong professional learning for teachers, use of coaches and specialists for interventions. So our job now is to figure out how to learn from and spread these practices statewide. Before I conclude my report, I'd like to commend Superintendent Thurmond and the entire team at CDE for the great job they did with celebrating Black History Month in February, lifting up so many great stories and contributions. The year's theme, which was African Americans in the Arts, explored the influence of African Americans in the field of visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, language, film, music, architecture, culinary, and other forms of expression. And as noted, Vice President Glover Woods delivered remarks at the Black Student Achievement STEAM convening last week, kicking off a great panel discussing the academic success of Black students in math through STEAM education. Finally, as Superintendent Thurmond noted, March is also Women's History Month, a time to look back on how far women have progressed and marvel at the brave women who often defied the establishment to inch the world closer to equality. And among these women were two important Black educators in California. Elizabeth Thorne Scott Flood, born in 1828, became the first Black teacher in Sacramento. She moved to California in 1852 with her husband and young son during the gold rush, and sought to enroll her son in Sacramento schools. When her son was not allowed to enroll in school because of his race, Elizabeth opened her own school in 1854 out of her home. and taught children and adults of color until the Sacramento School Board took over administration of the school. She attended the first California State Convention of Colored Citizens in Sacramento, where she joined other activists in calling for better representation and civil rights. When she moved to Oakland, Elizabeth opened another school for children of color in her home. She died before California outlawed school segregation in 1880. Of course, that law in 1880 was unfortunately not the end of segregation, as the Mendez case, which was later folded into Brown v. Board of Education, demonstrated 70 years later. But following in her footsteps, Bessie Burke, who was born in 1911, came with her family from Kansas in a covered wagon, made history as the first African-American teacher in the Los Angeles, California public school system. She attended the Los Angeles State Normal School, which eventually became UCLA. And she was one of the top scorers out of the 800 applicants on the teacher's exam. Despite her high score, it took pressure from the community to get the district to hire her as a teacher at the 51st Street School in 1911. 7 years later, she made history again, becoming the first African-American school principal in Los Angeles and in the state. A decade later, she became one of the first African-American principals of a racially integrated school. She was a humanitarian, an educator, an administrator. She was engaged with the YWCA, the NAACP, the Native California Club, Delta Sigma Theta sorority. She was known for her teaching expertise, her passion for social justice, and her deep commitment to her students. And last December, Mount St. Mary's University in Los Angeles awarded the first Bessie Brewington Burke Excellence in Black Teaching Award to 6 educators who share these traits. This year, in 2024, a sign proclaiming Bessie Burke Square will be placed at the intersection of 51st Street and Holmes Avenue in Los Angeles, the first place of her teaching position. So I say that because sometimes, Black History Month and Women's History Month are kind of, abstractions. But this year's theme for Women's History Month celebrates women who advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion. Elizabeth and Bessie certainly instantiated this theme, as have so many others, including many people in this room today and many who are watching this broadcast. It's important for us, I think, to recognize and learn from these women and so many other fighters for educational quality and equity every month of the year, not only during Black History Month and Women's History Month. I thank all of those who've taken up this fight for our students and for our schools, for everything that you've done and will do to make a difference in the lives of California students and families. And with that little history lesson, I will turn to our first agenda item. So item 1 is item 2 is the update on the implementation of the integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system, review of the 2023 California School Dashboard and 2022-23 data release and 2024 accountability work plan. And thank you. I'm going to let Cindy tell you what is recommended. Cindy, please begin.
Thank you. Good morning. And just checking on sound. I heard there's something going on with the microphones today, so please, if you can't hear me, let me know. Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. And this is item 2, and we are delighted to be here to start your one-day meeting. This is our annual chance to talk about what we saw on our student outcomes last year, and then looking forward to what we have on our plate to do over the next year. And for this time, it's actually over the next 2 to 3 years. So specifically, we're going to do a walkthrough of the 2023 California School Dashboard, and then we will pick up our 2024 Accountability Work Plan. The item recommendation is the following. The California Department of Education, or the CDE, recommends that the State Board of Education, SBE, provide guidance on the proposed 2024 Accountability Work Plan and take additional action as deemed necessary and appropriate. So let's switch over first, reflecting back on 2023 and what we saw during the 2022-2023 school year. On the dashboard, the state summary is the following. Keep in mind we had a return to colors, so you see performance colors for the majority of our indicators with the exception of college career indicator, which is at a status, because of course we were not able to bring in a second year of data because those students who were juniors didn't necessarily have full access to the statewide assessment in the year they were taking the assessment, which is one of the bases of the college career indicator. As a whole, we did see improvement in chronic absenteeism, which you all knew. We spent a whole item on that in November of last year. Suspension rate, we saw a slight decline, which moved the state as a whole into the orange category. English learner progress came back for the first time in years. We are delighted to see it arrive on the dashboard again with a color at yellow, graduation rate with a slight decline, and then college career indicator, as we mentioned, a status of medium, and our assessments with orange. Just briefly, each of these slides are just one slide each. We call this our baseball card. This is our high-level overview of not only the color of each indicator, but also you can see the status and the change. So, for example, for the chronic absenteeism indicator, while we're at a 24.3% chronically absent, that was a decline of 5.7%. Keep in mind that the chronic absenteeism indicator is looking at kindergarten through grades 8. We are seeing, of course, we report out on our high school students on the DataQuest website. This is also the opportunity to look at our equity report for each of the indicators, and for chronic absenteeism, it's this perfect, everybody's in the same color, which is never happened before with any of our indicators at the state level. So again, as a whole, we did see improvement because we saw declines for chronic absenteeism, which landed us in the yellow. For suspension rate, we saw a slight increase, less than 0.5%. This is a much narrow band than we see in our chronic absenteeism rates because suspension rates over the years have been declining for all students. For some students, of course, we still see increases, which is why you see two student groups in the red on that far left-hand side on the equity report. But overall, the state continues to be hovering around the 3.5% range for all students. For English learner progress, again, this is the first time we've had a return to colors for English learners. We spent all last year talking about our English learner population and really digging in with the field about what this would mean to bring a color on board for English learners. And so you also see for the first time this indicator reflecting, of course, our alternate assessment takers for our LPAC. So really pleased to have this measure be very inclusive of our English learner population. As a whole, the state is under 50% making progress, just about there at 48.7%, which is a decline of, or rather maintain of negative 1.6%. Graduation rate, and just for framing, of course, during COVID, the legislature and the administration approved metrics that would allow for some flexibility on the graduation rate or graduation rate requirements that local educational agencies had in place. And so many local educational agencies took advantage of those flexibilities and allowed students to graduate with the minimum state graduation requirements as opposed to their own maybe higher graduation rate requirements or that had increased credits that may have been required. And so we see this is the first year that we no longer have those flexibilities in place. And so the decline of 1% we think is most likely in direct reflection of those flexibilities going away. But as a state, we are at 86.4% graduated, and keep in mind, this is a combined rate of our 4 and our 5-year graduates, and also includes our students at our alternative schools without the metrics that we had first designed, which would have been a 1-year rate. We have to look at a 4 and a 5-year rate for those students. And our college career indicator, again, with just the 1 year of data, we see 43.9% prepared, with the majority of our students in the low category, 4 in the medium, and then 1 in the high and 1 in the very high. This indicator will return to full color with the 2024 dashboard. Our English language arts and our mathematics indicators both have the same colors, and I know Mao's provided you information on these performances, so I won't go into detail, but as a whole, we are at 13.6 points below standard, which is maintained at negative 0.1 points. With mathematics, there is a little bit more of a gap at 49.1 points below standard, which is a maintain of a positive 0.2%. We are just anecdotally, I would say, we did see an increase in our participation rate this year. So year over year, positive change with meeting that requirement of 95%, which is a federal requirement. This is the penalty. This is how the penalty comes into play from the Every Student Succeeds Act. It comes in the form of the accountability indicators for mathematics and English language arts. And so I'm really pleased that most of our schools and districts and student groups were able to meet that threshold. All right, so I'm going to turn over to, so all the data are in, all of the information is on not only the dashboard, but all additional reports. And so once we have all the indicators, measures completed, we need to turn over and look at eligibility for our local educational agencies under the under the local control funding formula. So briefly, for differentiated assistance, we, of course, it's based on the dashboard, and it's based on the local indicators that our local educational agencies provide to us through the dashboard. And this is the first time since 2019 that charter schools are eligible for differentiated assistance, so we'll cover that briefly. And then because of a change in statute, this is also the first time that districts and county offices who are eligible for differentiated assistance are eligible for 2 years of support. And that is a direct reflection of the evaluation study that was done on the system of support and some recommendations that were made as a result of that evaluation study. And so just to provide a perspective from a pre-COVID to, post-COVID, in pre-COVID years, for 2019, we saw 333 districts and county offices eligible for differentiated assistance. In 2022, of course, that reached this all-time high of 617, primarily because of the chronic absenteeism increases for many of our districts and our schools. And then in 2023, we did see a decline in more in the range of headed to the range in which we're used to. What does this mean in terms of who is no longer eligible? I think this slide is helpful just to describe that we did see this exit of 220 county offices and districts, which is a very positive movement. And then as far as newly eligible districts and counties, there were 58 of them. In terms of student group eligibility, and of course, a student group has to be, there's the eligibility requirements requires over 2 different priority areas. And so looking at the 3 student groups for why counties and districts were eligible for differentiated assistance, it continues to be students with disabilities. We see homeless students moving into this space, and then English learners in this space. So again, our top 3 reasons why students are our districts and our counties are eligible for differentiated assistance. It's because primarily of these 3 student groups. With charter schools, there is some slight changes in the eligibility requirements, in which we're looking at the charter schools need to meet the criteria in 2 or more years. And the methodology that we describe in this slide, I'm not going to get into, but just wanted to make sure that you're aware that it's slightly different than what we have to use for county offices and our districts, which is why you're going to continue to see these slides differentiated. So again, charter schools had to look at whether or not they were eligible for the first time since 2019, which also meant doing outreach to that community and to our LEAs who authorize charter schools. We have said, we say this slide, we said this to the media, due to the change in criteria, it's not valid to compare the data eligibility for the 2019 findings through to the 2023 findings. But overall, of our charters, we had just under 15.5% of them eligible for differentiated assistance, with 197 of them specifically being eligible. This is a very sensitive mouse. What does that mean in terms of our alternative school space? Because we do know that charters serve in some of our charters serve in a space of our alternative schools, for example, for credit recovery. So serving a very highly mobile, high needs population. And so we thought it was really important to differentiate that of the 197 charters, 49 of them are eligible or are participating in our dashboard alternative school status programs. So those are schools that we know that are serving, very high needs students. In terms of charter schools and this eligibility by student group, we do see similarities with our county and district offices. Again, students with disabilities being the highest need student group, followed by socioeconomically disadvantaged, followed by English learners. So again, students with disabilities and English learners are appearing in both of these metrics, which means, of course, we are going to see a lot of attention paid to those student groups in our LCAPs this year. So just to take that full circle. I had a chance to share this information with the Advisory Commission on Special Education a week or two ago. Actually, I think it was on Valentine's Day in this very room. And they were very concerned. And so I just want to make sure that we continue the conversation. I know the system of support is very engaged, especially around the student groups that we've talked about already. But that is an advisory commission to you that I know has been following this issue and following the outcomes of that student group. Switching over to our federal requirements for identification or for eligibility, the Every Student Succeeds Act is what guides our work, and of course our approved California state plan. And so we are so thankful finally to be in a space where we have a 3-year identification cycle. This means that a school that has been determined eligible for comprehensive support and improvement or additional targeted support and improvement has now a stable identification, unless they exit, for the next 3 years, which means they're getting support for a 3-year period. Their plan can be fully implemented over that 3-year period. In years past, because of concerns from the U.S. Department of Education, or requirements rather, from the U.S. Department of Education, we've actually had to re-identify every single year. Other states have been able to take advantage of this 3-year cycle. Just talking with a colleague from Hawaii, and they're in their second cohort. So if I thought about if we had been in our second cohort, what kind of improvements could we have seen? And instead, we had this constant churn in the field every year of identifying. So with that said, our next cycle will begin with the 2026 dashboard. That's our 3-year cycle. The categories of assistance, of course, are comprehensive support and improvement, or CSI. So the first bucket we look at is low graduation rate, followed by low performing schools, which are Title I, of which we have to identify 5% of our schools, and then additional targeted support and improvement, in which we're looking at student groups. Overall, if we look at the bottom, we have 10,044 in the universe of schools that we had to consider for eligibility for this these criteria. Last year, that 6,852 was practically flip-flopped of no assistance. We had actually, I think it was less than 3,000 schools that were in that category. So we have come a tremendous way, a long way in getting back to normal in terms of the numbers we're expecting to see for these categories under the federal eligibility. So specifically, of our high schools, we have 289 in that low graduation rate category. For low performing, 540. And again, those are Title I schools. We have to identify a minimum of 5% of Title I schools in that category, followed by our ATSI at 2,363. And of those, there was 364 in our EL student group. So I just wanted to point that out. We learned early in 2022 with the return of the dashboard after the pandemic that we needed to really focus on our resources to the field. So this is the second year in a row that we've had the dashboard toolkit available. We had it available earlier in 2023 to make sure that we were getting out information quickly, which really benefited us towards December when we typically see our high call volume. It actually, I think, compared to the prior year, was a little bit down, which is a great thing because the field was empowered. They knew what to expect. We had prepared them through private previews and through a whole host of webinars and in-person conferences that we attended. So just as a reminder, we do make available hopefully very easy to read flyers that we use graphics. They're translated. Many of them are translated into other languages. And there's some on-demand recordings as well made available on CDE's YouTube channel that I know have gotten quite a few hits, maybe from within the building, but we'll take it. One of the resources I wanted to focus on, because of what we're going to be talking about in just a bit around long-term English learners, is what our English learner students look like on the dashboard. And this is a flyer that has been translated, I believe, into at least Spanish. So for each of our indicators, we look at this student group with a different definition. And this is something the board passed over the years and specifically has reflected on more than once in terms of English learners in the academic indicator. So in the academic indicator, we not only include our current English learners, but we include students who were reclassified as fluent within the last 4 years, which is permitted under the Every Student Succeeds Act, and the board made sure that that was part of the indicator. I know that you all revisited that conversation in September of 2022, so I was looking at some older documents yesterday and just reflecting on the conversation. In terms of our college career indicator, our English learners are who were reported as an EL student during their high school career, really during the last 4 or 5 years in high school. And for our English learner progress indicator, we are only able to look at students who are current English learners, so who took the LPAC summative or the LPAC summative alternate. At one point you had asked that we include our RFEPs, and the U.S. Department of Education, after a long, prolonged process, said that was not acceptable under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So that is one that only includes English learners. But as we think about LTELs, this is one where we'll see a presence of an additional student group, which is the long-term English learner student group. And then for the remaining ones, you can see, looking at chronic absenteeism and suspension specifically, if they were reported as an English learner at any time during the year. And then for graduation rate, similar to college career, students who are reported as an EL during their high school their high school years at all. So just a reflection on, again, a student group that we've spent a lot of time on in 2023, and then this year we're going to hear in just a bit from Kim about the long-term English learner addition as a student group. So before I switch over to our accountability plan, I also just wanted to give you an awareness of some things you may start to hear, some consternation in the field. Specifically around Assembly Bill 114, which was a trailer bill that passed over this summer, which moves up the publication requirements of the dashboard. In 2023, it was our baseline. We've always tried to get out the dashboard by December 15th. 2024, December 1st is a Sunday after Thanksgiving. I don't plan to be here. I don't plan to be releasing the dashboard on the 1st. But I do hope that we and my team is committed to trying to get it out before Thanksgiving. So that would be actually an additional week. So 3 weeks moving up of the dashboard. And we know that will impact not only our data folks at school sites and at the district offices. It'll impact our data system, and it'll impact my team. And so we have been working very closely with state board staff and with others in the field to make sure that there's an awareness of, we didn't do this just because we felt like it would be a great thing to give you your holidays back, but more because the system of support demanded it. We need to get into schools and districts earlier to help students who are not succeeding to get support that they need. So that was the design. We're going to try to do better in putting that message first, as opposed to saying, we've moved with the deadline, you all need to come along. That's not been helpful. And so just as a reflection, you will, I think if you haven't already, you will start to hear some consternation. This year, we are moving up the CalPADS deadlines by 1 week to August 16th, and we will be working with our schools and districts to make sure that they can meet that deadline, and you're going to hear a little bit more about the support we provide them to get to that spot. But just wanted to give you that awareness, and then, of course, I'm not even ready for November 15th or even October 15th, but it's looming. We'll get there. And we are definitely doing a reflection of our entire process and our entire team and who's available and who we can bring on for a temporary period that may work on other things to get us over that finish line. So I'm happy to pause or just continue with the presentation. I know this is a long deck, so just wanted to give you that opportunity, President Darling Hammond.
Are there any clarifying questions at this point for Cindy? You've been very clear. Member Rodriguez? No. Okay. All right, I think you can carry on.
Great. So in terms of the 2024 Accountability Work Plan, this is not a work plan that came together in the last 2 weeks or 4 weeks. This is a plan that has been in progress for some items upwards of 10 years. For science, upwards of 6 years. So we are just delighted to be here today to finally talk about certain things arriving on the dashboard. We had a conversation with our peers at the U.S. Department of Education this week, and they said, yeah, you're the first state in the union to actually bring on a new student group that is focused on long-term English learners. So congratulations to you all, to the administration for proposing that. You should take a lot of pride in the focus that California continues to look at student groups. I haven't looked at other states to see if we're have the largest number. I do think we do, with 14 student groups now on the dashboard. Other states have to put their student groups together. They may mesh their socioeconomically disadvantaged with the race, ethnicity. So they do these mega student groups. And in California, we're very inclusive. And we, I think, again, are really leading with inclusivity when we think about accountability. So with that, as a prelude, we, of course, look to March as being our time to check in with you all to make sure we're on the right path. And our work plan is reflective not only of feedback from educators and from the community, but it's in response to legislative requirements, of which you are seeing definitely for this accountability plan, and things that you have may asked for throughout the year. So this work plan is usually presented in March. We talked a little bit a couple slides ago about that moving up of the deadlines. Moving up of the deadlines is going to impact when we present this work plan to you. So in future years, we will see this most likely coming in January, which means we've already had to schedule a third California Practitioners Advisory Group meeting in December, or it's on the horizon, it's going to be scheduled, to accommodate making sure that we touch base with them before we come to you. This is our transition year, and so what I want to make sure I impart to you with this slide is our work plan this year is truncated because we are losing a full meeting to come to you to talk about things that we want to add. So typically we have waited until September to ask for your approval on items. We need to move that up because we need to start processing data in August. So we don't have until September to bring to you. So with that in mind, you're going to see, again, this being about a multi-year plan as opposed to just a one-year plan. So we have science coming on to the dashboard. We're going to talk through that. Kim will cover our new student populations and our college career indicator, our student level growth model, data release, and priority one. And then there's one piece that we'll pick up at the end, which is around differentiated assistance eligibility requirements, which we want to make sure is reflective of what's in statute. So let's start with science. Again, just delighted to have science arrive on the dashboard. We had a very engaging meeting with the science advocates on February 8th, the day before the California Practitioners Advisory Group meeting. And we are I think we've reframed the conversation, and they have been a great partner and are continuing to invite us to meetings to make sure that what we're presenting is reflective of things that they have been talking about in the past. So you had adopted dashboard principles a year or so ago, and each of the items that we're talking about today we'll walk through each of the principles that they reflect. So Principle 5, Principle 8, and Principle 11 are all relevant to the science work plan in talking about how we value in our system high performance and growth equally. We want to make sure that the indicator or the metric that is brought on has the technical quality that we're used to, making sure that it's valid and reliable, and that it's subject to continuous revision and improvement. So just as way of background, in 2018, the CAS test was first administered, and I believe our assessment contractor is here if you have the tough questions about the actual assessment that I will not be able to answer, but they will be able to answer, along with Mao Vang, our assessment director. 2018 was really the beginning of this whole subject being brought on board through the California Science Test, or the CAST. The first time that this board discussed a timeline and an incorporation of that assessment into our accountability system was 2020, right before, the week before the state shut down due to COVID, or at least transitioned rather to online learning, and we all transitioned to a telework environment for a period. Back in 2022, when the test was restarted, of course, and assessments in general were picked up again, we provided you an update on when we could feasibly bring on board the science results, and we talked about the revised blueprints that were part of the science assessment. In 2022, in September, again, when you normally approve your work plans, you did ask us to put a link on the dashboard, which continues through today, of the CAS results. In 2022, in December, those appeared for the first time on the dashboard, and again in December of 2023. You can see those results on the dashboard itself. So let's fast forward to present day. And with those 2 years of results from the CAST and from our alternate assessment, our CAA science assessment, we are working towards finally having these included on the dashboard this year. We've identified 6 different decision points for you over the next 2 to 3 years. The first is oh, I think this slide is actually off, so I apologize that we didn't catch. We have an error on the last column, so I'll walk you through that. The first is to approve the metrics, so approve the methodology. We have started that work. We started that work this last month. The team is meeting a couple of times a week and just really digging into these things. The California Producers Advisory Group, or CPAG, which advises you, will bring that to them in June. And you're not meeting in June, you're meeting in July, so we will bring it to you in July. So specifically, what we're looking at is looking at a full technical evaluation to make sure that the indicator that we do arrive at is valid and reliable. We are reflecting on work we've already done. We've already done a tremendous amount of work on our English language arts and mathematics assessments and a metric that we call distance from standard. So we're trying to see if there are certain metrics that we're already using that the field is familiar with, if that can be adopted. But we'll make sure that we reflect on, the pros and potential cons of that, as well as things like when we talk to the U.S. Department of Education, do we have to include participation rate? Is there a penalty for science? There's not. The only penalty that's in ESSA is around English language arts and mathematics. So just considerations such as that. Of course, this is an assessment that not all grades have to take either. And so one of the critical conversations with the science community was, when we do bring this on board, how will we support our schools and our districts who haven't fully implemented this curriculum? So let me go back to our decision points. 2, 3, and 4 are 2025 decision points around looking at cut scores. So we're looking at cut points for not only establishing status, but establishing change and establishing the color scheme for the 5x5 grid. So just things that we knew that we couldn't do in the 3 or 4 month period that we have in 2024, but that adopting the methodology and bringing the metric on board as a baseball card, we'll be able to see science on the dashboard, and we'll be able to see, looking at that information in future years for eligibility. So just specifically around decision points 2 to 4, we would look at the results. We'd have an additional year of results with this year's assessment to inform the cut points that we would recommend to you for status and change, and then the color scheme for the 5x5 grid. The last 2 decision points are around eligibility and determining how science would arrive on the dashboard and be included for differentiated assistance eligibility and Every Student Succeeds Act eligibility. And this is why the conversation with the U.S. Department of Education was really helpful, because we need to make sure we have a balance of indicators when it comes to adding science on the dashboard and including it in school eligibility. So this one has a longer on-ramp. We believe that we can bring forward to you recommendations next year for both of them, but as far as implementation, the suggestion would be the differentiated assistance criteria would be implemented with the 2025 dashboard. And the Every Student Succeeds Act requirements would be implemented in the following year to align with that 3-year cycle. We don't want to do anything to disrupt that 3-year cycle and possibly trigger a re-identification of schools for CSI or for ATSI. So that is something that I know we've talked to the liaisons about, and especially President Darlene Hammond said we should bring a big package of other things that need to be added into our state plan for consideration. And so you're going to hear that a little bit later. And so we're very thoughtful about, we just don't go every year to the U.S. Department of Education and ask to reopen our SS state plan. We want to be very strategic about that engagement. And so, again, I think I've covered this piece, but the final 2 points, again, is for you all to figure out how to bring this on board under those 2 different eligibility criteria. So with that, I can pause for questions, or we can continue with the conversation. President Darlene Hammond.
There is more, right? So I just want to see if there's clarification questions on this component. You have been so clear.
I'm going to take a break and turn it over to my colleague. And
All right. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Well, there's a lot of pressure to be very clear. Cindy's done such a great job. Good morning, everyone. Kimberly Muntank, Administrator of the Accountability Development and Policy Analysis Unit, and I'm happy to walk you through the rest of today's accountability work plan, starting with the first changes that we have to student group populations since the debut of the dashboard, specifically with regards to our TK population and LTEL, and I'll walk you through to show you exactly what we mean by that. So for this section of the work plan, we're covered with our dashboard principles of Principle 1, focusing on elements that express a commitment to a well-rounded, well-supported education and make space for what's valuable locally. Principle 6, reporting transparently and comprehensively at state, district, school, and student group levels, as well as Principle 11. I think that's our favorite principle, right? Subject to continuous revision and improvement. So just as a heads up for TK and LTEL, this year on the dashboard, you are going to see 2 new student populations show up. And there's been a little of, when we see this slide, some folks go, oh, we're going to see TK and grade levels on the dashboard. Just to clarify, we do not see grade level reporting information on the dashboard, but what we are seeing is the emergence of a grade level and some visibility as to students who have been clustered and grouped together as kindergartners. So that's what we talk about when we say on the dashboard, is meaning we're actually going to be able to see and parse out who those kiddos are, as well as, though, a brand new student group. And we're very excited to be able to do so and be the first in the nation to be able to add long-term English learners as a student group within the dashboard. So let's clarify a little bit what we mean about that TK information. Now, TK students have been there, right? We've been serving them. They've been at our schools and they're kindergartners. However, beginning this school year, that's the first school year we've had the opportunity to be able to see who those kids are, because in CalPADS, we're actually able to discern exactly who is in TK, their first year of a 2-year kindergarten program, and who's a kindergartner in their second year of a kindergarten program. So being able to see that within the data collection itself is allowing us to be able to know who those kids are when we're looking at dashboard reporting as well. So that is part of the information we'll be able to provide. Now, presently, as I've said, they've been there this whole time, and they've been sneakily hidden, right, as double-sized kindergartners in the suspension rate indicator as well as the chronic absenteeism rate indicator. So we have that, they've been a part of all of those metrics, and they've been measured as such. Now, if you went to our reporting website on DataQuest, you would see them, right? And if you pull out kindergarten, which is available on the filters to go through, as I said, you'll look at their grade size and you're like, that's strange. It seems to be a little bit bigger than all of the other grade levels. Do we just lose a significant number of kindergartners? And it's, no, we don't, right? We just bubble them in there. So starting with this year's full data collection and end of year, and soon with the fall 1 enrollment counts too, we'll be able to see exactly how many of those TK students are within that kindergarten population and where they are. So moving forward, we'll be able to also discern then within, right, the dashboard to see how many TK students are contributing to schools and school populations within our indicators. Now, on the dashboard presently, we do not include TK students in any way, shape, or form within the English Learner Progress Indicator. Now, again, they've been there. They're taking, right, the test to go through on the LPAC. We have their results. However, in our data files, what we see is kids who are in kindergarten 2 years in a row, right? We don't know if they've been in kindergarten for 2 years in a row or if they were TK students and then kindergarten students. So in our system, actually advancing a grade like we do measure in the LP, right? So we actually have a rule in the LP that requires you to advance grades. We don't look at students' English progress unless they've actually advanced a grade. So instead, our LP actually is only a measurement of students in grades 1 through 8. And so if you see that in our documentation, you'll know that it's not actually inclusive of kindergarten performance, because in order for kindergartners to count, we would need to have their prior year score in TK as well. So moving forward, we'll be able to look into that. And then just as a side note too, we don't measure, and some folks, especially this year, who have expanded their TK programs, they send us emails and they go, well, our school's actually TK to 8 or TK to 12. Can you please change that in the directory? And the CD directory just says K through 8, K through 12, right? We don't include TK. So that's just a side note, right? That presently at this time, we don't recognize that either on the dashboard or the directory, that schools offer TK within that directory level information. So moving forward, when we have all of the robust data from this year and we can see who those kids are, we will be analyzing the TK population and how they contribute to the suspension rate, chronic absenteeism indicators, as well as how many are within, right, taking those LPAC tests within TK to kindergarten across schools, districts, and states. And then we will be able to have that information to present back to you to walk through our work plan for objectives in 2025 in that accountability work plan. We're also highly aware that there's a lot of moving parts going on right now with the legislature and going through some bills on TK. So we'll also be able to incorporate any decisions that are made through this year's legislative cycle into that work plan for next year. So stay tuned. We're going to find out who they are. We're going to see them. And you guys are all going to be able to also look at that data within DataQuest and be able to explore that information at those levels as well. Now, for our brand new student group, LTELs, I want to walk through how exactly we have the definition that we're moving forward. Now, this, again, is the first student group that we have added to the dashboard in any way, shape, or form since we all started figuring this out back in 2016, 2017. And specifically, Senate Bill 141 last year added LTELs with the following definition: as a pupil who has not attained English language proficiency within 7 years of initial classification as an English learner. And therefore, this will be the 14th student group on the dashboard. And I know Cindy alluded to it before, but that's a lot of student groups. So when I show you in a couple slides exactly what it looks like, you'll be able to see really, truly how we discern and separate out performance in our state, unlike any other state in our union. And now separately as well, LTELs were added into the clause for the legislation where they have the same end size rules that govern foster youth and homeless student groups. So for clarity, that is 15 or more student groups will be held accountable at the district level and receive a color, and 30 or more student groups will be held accountable at the school level pursuant to our ESSA state plan. Now, I went through at CPAG and tried to explain this a little bit better because some letters had come in about end sizes and who's accountable to what. So I actually went back and to April 2017 and a study session for the state board, which none of you were present at, so you don't have to think, oh, I forgot. Nope, you weren't there. It's okay. But we did present exactly how we were going to treat foster and homeless student groups because this is already present in the legislation. And so available was that we clarified, and this is the exact slide. At the LEA level, the end size for both student groups will be 15 students, not 30. If an LEA has 15 or more foster youth or homeless youth, each student will receive a status change in color, performance color. At the school level, staff expects the end size for both groups to be 30 students. The reason it says expects is because we hadn't passed or approved our ESSA state plan at that point. And we had worked, though, at that point to get to 30 through a robust technical advisory group, right? And there were actually some letters that folks had written in and a couple of passionate advocates looking for other end size numbers, but the state had determined and walked through a level of 30. Now, some additional letters have come in and some comments around, well, can't we just move everything to 15 within our ESSA state plan? And I just wanted to walk through exactly what that would look like. Our entire system is precipiced on 30. So every single simulation and all of our status cut scores and everything that we've done for status and change cut scores is based on a end size of 30. We never looked at 15. We looked at 20, but nothing that any of the decisions that you've made about where performance is, we don't include any of that performance below 30. So we would have to go back and we would need to reset every single status cut score point for every indicator. And we would need to go back and reset every single change cut point for every single indicator. And we would need to reopen our state plan. And we would need to resubmit all of those cut scores, which, and walk through and reset all of our long-term plans as well. So it is a change that can be made, but it is not a change that does not come with a very large revision of all of the work that was established in 2017. And so when we actually hold homeless and foster youth students to this lower end size, in actuality, we've never evaluated right at that 15. It was just kind of a happenstance. And as we know, I hope, I'm just checking. I'm a former math teacher, so I'm just saying we all know that rates, right, when we're dealing with small end size numbers, especially at 15, one student makes a very big difference. And as Cindy shared, right, we saw differentiated assistance identification in a large amount for our homeless kids, right, at the LEA level. And that is because their rates, right, are very, very unstable at 15. So small changes look like a big change when we're looking through our dashboard. So while we are able to hold them in our 3x5s in a lot of the indicators, it does provide a lot of fluctuation. So I just wanted to address, right, if that is a decision moving forward, it would create an entire full revision of all of the things that we have set in place, and our full ESSA state plan would need to be revised. Additionally, state statute also says that the end size is 30. So the LEA set and all of our determinations for differentiated assistance, those would remain in place unless statute was changed in order to alter that to 30. So I just want to be clear on that. So moving forward this year on this year's dashboard, and this is great, you guys don't have to even decide this, LTELs get added to every single indicator automatically. So we're going to walk through and add LTELs to the suspension rate indicator, graduation rate indicator, college career indicator, chronic absenteeism indicator, both academic indicators for ELA and math, and science as well, and then also for the English learner progress indicator. Now, this is the fun one, is because previously we've only ever had one student group for the LB. So we'll actually have, which was English learners. Now we'll also have LTELs. So we'll come back to you in July with some ideas of how that might look on the dashboard. It's going to change that baseball card a little bit. We'll figure out what that looks like, since it's not really an equity report at the bottom with one student group, but we'll figure it out and be able to show you that at the end. And here, I've been presenting this a couple times, and I love it so much. I feel it's really powerful when we really do see exactly how many race and ethnic student groups that we are sharing outcomes on, as well as program student groups. It's really a testament. I know we have our equity report, and Cindy showed, the 13 spread across for all of the different state indicators, and numbers are one thing. But when you see this in a table and see how many student groups that we represent and share out on, it's really, really powerful. And I've had the opportunity to share that with public groups, most recently at the California Bilingual Educators Association, as well as tomorrow. Well, I guess right after this meeting, I'm flying down to go present at all titles as well and share this information. And the enthusiasm from the field is just, it's a sense of pride, and I think it's a unique California pride, right? We get to step into and be able to acknowledge all of the performance and own what's going on with all of our students across the state. So just to clarify what we are doing, since you don't have to make a decision on actually adding LTELs to the dashboard this year, what we're doing on our end is actually figuring out how to operationalize that definition that was provided in statute to be able to report out on this. So I've had a lot of LEAs reach out and be like, hey, how do I count these kids? And I was like, well, I don't know yet. We're going to let you know. Because specifically for cumulative enrollment, when you say 7 years, we have to look into that and figure out, well, is it 7 years within the year? Is it 7 years on a calendar date and then move forward? Are you an LTEL at one school, not an LTEL at another school? Because presently our rules are, if you're an English learner at any point during the year, you're counted as an English learner. So, right, if you RFEP out, right, you're still counted as an English learner within the calendar year. That's how cumulative enrollment works. So with LTEL, it's a tick over. So is it if you're LTEL at any point during the year, which you tick in? These are the decisions we need to bring to our technical advisory group and to discuss with the field, is how to best operationalize this and not do it in a way where it confuses the field. We want to make sure that the field knows who these kids are so that they can provide services, right, and walk through their LCAPs and be able to address how that's going. So that's cumulative enrollment. Additionally, we have cohort. So the rule for the cohort for English learners is if you are an English learner at any point in the cohort, you are an English learner when you graduate. So if you're an LTEL for one day and you've been walked into your high school with a giant stack of papers to be reclassified, and you get reclassified on day 2, are you an RFEP in the cohort when you graduate? Those are questions that we need to be able to go through and answer and operationalize. Additionally, for assessment demographics, we look at when students test, so we want to make sure and walk through all of that as well. So this is all of the work that we'll be doing in the next 3 months to go through. And when I say that meetings are around the corner, they really are. We're working forward as fast as we can to be able to get you the best information possible. Additionally, we're also going to be looking into, when the dashboard comes out, what the duplication of students look like between the English learner student group as well as the LTEL student group. So we'll be able to share with you after the dashboard is released what that looks like. And then, as always, we'll be obviously engaging with our educational partners to obtain feedback on all of these resources that we need to develop to make sure that folks know about the LTEL. So as I said, presented at CABE, we'll be presenting at all titles tomorrow, walking through the field and making sure that folks are aware that the student group is coming out. And word spreading, like I said, I'm getting who are these LTELs and where do we use them and how are we walking through and identifying them? All of that information we'll be working with to create additional resources for the field this year. All right, that was a lot, but it's a big student group. It's the first time we've done this. It's kind of exciting. No, it's really exciting. So now we're gonna go back to CCI, which you guys touched on a lot last year, and so some of this is gonna look really familiar. For this part of the work plan, we're looking at Principle 2, reporting on opportunity gaps opportunity and performance gaps among student groups through the equity report. Principle 3, reporting on each indicator separately. Principle 4, valuing each indicator equally. And then Principle 8, reflecting technical quality through measures that are valid and reliable. And as always, Principle 11. Now, I know it's going to be there always. So for the CCI, this past year, we retained our cell phone bars. Our last bastion of the 2022 dashboard is still there with our cell phone bars as a status-only indicator. However, this year, we're back to colors across the entire board. So CCI will return with a full color. Now, as a reminder, we developed the CCI to emphasize that high school diploma represents the completion of a broad and rigorous course of study that prepares students for success after high school. Now, it was originally adopted by the board in 2016, and that's 8 years ago. And then performance levels and colors were reported for the first time on the dashboard on the 2018 dashboard, so the second dashboard that was released. And again, it's based on students in the 4-year cohort that uses specific criteria basically on assessments and course completion data to determine if students are either prepared, approaching prepared, or not prepared for college and career. Last year, through guidance from CPAG, and then you affirmed that guidance, we had been collecting information on internships, student-led enterprises, simulated work-based learning, and the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test, or ASVAB. We've been collecting that information beginning in 2020-21, and we had analyzed that data. However, if we look at those years, we remember those were not very normal school years. And therefore, they weren't very normal school years for high school students looking to achieve career objectives and internships and opportunities, either in internships, student-led enterprises, or simulated work-based learning within there. And therefore, the data that we were able to share with you was not covering a lot of students and wasn't really a robust look at what was happening within the field. So therefore, we had paused and looked forward to this past year's collection for 2022-23 to analyze that information. If directed by you, we are open to analyzing that additional data from 2022-23 to continue this work, as well as in future years. But in order to do so, we would need additional guidance from the board as to the rationale to add these components to the CCI. Because while the data collection had been initiated in a want, and this would be interesting to look at to see, we do need to have the criteria available that the board would want to discern for us to be able to say, this is what prepared would look like, or this is what approaching prepared would look like. And or if there's additional criteria based on our giant matrix of CCI preparedness, if there's additional criteria the board would want to incorporate right with that accomplishment of, say, completing an internship. So that is information that we would be needing from you in order to move forward with any recommendations on incorporation on the CCI. Good. I just got that. However, we do have some additional data and information that we are adding, and I'm sure President Darlene Hammond is very excited about this one. I know, right? We're all going to do our dances. That specifically, I believe the email actually just went out to folks this week as well, that we will be collecting additional ad hoc data from the field. So it's not actually a part of CalPADS, it's adjacent to CalPADS. And so our data folks know what that means, luckily. But it's collected at the same time as the end of year process for ASVAB as well, where we will be collecting student level data on the students who've earned the Civic Seal of Engagement. So we're so excited to be able to know who these students are, right? Not just know the number of seals that we've awarded, and be able to incorporate that information moving forward for your evaluation as well. So we'll start that evaluation this year and be able to bring that back again, as I said, hopefully in next year's work plan as we move forward with the CCI. And then we'll also continue our work within industry certifications and soliciting feedback on how best CDE can incorporate this information as well into data collections. Standing up a new data collection is not a small task. And standing up a new data collection within any process, especially in the end of year process, when we're moving dates up and when we're asking more of schools and our district folks in the field, it's a hard thing to do. So we're going to continue to look at the easiest way that we can to be able to gather this information so that you have that opportunity to evaluate it as well for part of the CCI. So therefore, the work plan for the CCI is that we are going to be seeking your guidance on continuing that review for the new career measures as early as today. Please provide your feedback, as well as updating you on the data collection for the Civic Seal and discussing the exploration of our industry certificates moving forward. All right, almost last but not final, my favorite, the student level growth model data release. This is Principle 2, Principle 4, 5, 8, and 11. So back in May 2021, this one you should remember for those of you that were on the board, okay? We got to get that one through. We adopted the full calculation, reasoning, and full model for the student level growth measurement based on our CASP scores. And actually in September of that same year, we were able to release the research files that we used to be able to arrive at that calculation. That was after a very long discussion with the state board, beginning specifically in January of 2026. I believe I presented to the board beginning in 2016 and 2017. So that was 7 years ago, goodness gracious. And to be able to arrive at that growth level measurement and have that available is a monumental achievement in itself. It is still, while we don't have that information because it needs 3 years of data from our CASP scores, we will have that this year in December, and we will be publishing it following the release of the dashboard as a data file. And so that's the data from 2021-22, 22-23, and 23-24. And with the release of these results, this will be able for all of us in the state to have a full conversation about the results that we see and how we all interpret those results and how we're going to move forward with that information just the very next month in January when we all get back together for the 2025 work plan. While we do have information and results, right, as I just spoke to in September of 2021, that data was based on 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19 test results. And we all know that in 2024, we're looking at a different set of students and a different set of circumstances in our state. Now, it could look very similar, and then we'll have some additional information. But at this time, we need 3 years of data to be able to begin to do this model. We don't have it. We don't have any preliminary results. I know some folks are like, we can do growth with 2 years. We can, but we know that it's not valid and reliable, and that's why we need 3 years. So we want to make sure that we have all of that information and that all of us are talking about the same thing, looking at the same results, using the same evidence, and making decisions all together. So we'll begin that process next year. So therefore, for this year's work plan, we're looking at releasing the downloadable data file with aggregated growth scores at the school, district, and student group level, which would include our LTELs as well because they're a new student group. Just want to make sure we get that in there. And then additionally, we are committed to providing a graphic display of the results on the details page of the dashboard. So this again would be following the release of the dashboard. So we do have precedence in this with a 1-year growth model, with a 1-year graduation rate. We do publish that following the release of the dashboard. So we are able to add and supplement the dashboard with additional information. That's what we'll be doing in this case, and we'll all be able, like I said, in January to be looking at that and seeing what we all see. Finally, priority 1, state level data. For this dashboard work group principles, we are looking at 8, 9, which leverages the expertise and perspectives of a broad set of educational partners and community members, and 10, promotes coherence between data reporting and support improvement programs. So last year, this is an easy one for us to remember, you adopted the objective criteria for the dashboard local measure priority 1 based on the 2021-22 Teacher Assignment Monitoring Outcomes, or TAMO report. And then you also updated the self-reflection tool with Josh, right, on priority 1 that was consistent with the addition of adding statewide data to the assignment of teachers. So with the reporting of this first round on the 2023 dashboard, we have responded to an increased need for technical policy support from LEAs for these new reports, and also similar reports on the school accountability report cards, which are also under my office and purview. So we have seen folks honestly reflecting on this information and seeing it for the first time. And it's engaged in some great conversations because everyone's like, well, I didn't put that in. No, you did not. In as far as you entered it in a text box, which is what they had been doing, both in the SARC right previously as well as on the local indicators. They had been manually entering a number. Now, instead that we're like, no, actually you did enter a number, but it was through your fall 2 reporting. That's how this number came about. And they're like, oh, okay, right? And they're being able to dive in and jump into actually seeing what information they submitted that accounted for the results that they're seeing. So moving forward, we're seeing that we need to continue to support and monitor the impact of the data in the field. And we're lucky to be able to engage in the field, right, to hear these conversations, and honestly, to be a very safe space for people to ask, right? Like, how did you get that? I thought you guys only used stuff what you gave us. Yep, we did. Here's how you actually walked through and got that. So we're going to continue to do that and really focus on preparing for the next release of related reports, which is specifically on new staff demographic information on DataQuest, as well as experience and education data from multiple years, as well as this very important year 3 of TAMO data. And the reason we talk about the year 3 of TAMO data being very important is that we went through 2 fall 2 data collections of grabbing this teacher information from our districts before they were able to see what it meant, right, and be reflected back at them. So this 3rd year, between the 2nd and 3rd year, we had robust education in the field about how to enter the data properly and what to do. So we believe that this 3rd year of data is really going to reflect a difference and actually, improve data practices. A lot of folks just were entering the wrong thing, which is what we find out a lot. So we'll be able to go through and see those differences in the year 3 TAMO data. And with that, I will turn it back to Cindy to walk through our differentiated assistance eligibility changes for 2024.
Before you run away, there might be clarification questions. That was a lot. But I do want to ask people, there's a lot of discussion questions embedded in there too, to keep it to clarification for now. Are there some clarification questions? I have some, but I want to give others a chance.
I also just had two points of clarification just to uplift something that Kim said that wasn't, she said part of it, but I want to make sure I amplified the second part of it. For transitional kindergartners, what I want to make sure I say is that state law requires us to report out on them separately. The federal government does not recognize transitional kindergarten as a grade. And so you are seeing the pain points. We're seeing that with this legislation that just got introduced of how TK is being brought on board. So, if you're hearing something that is distressing, know that we are experiencing the same thing, and we're getting ready to release that first year of data in the next 30 to 60 days around transitional kindergarten. And we're trying to be very precise with our words, but we also need to figure out some of this messiness between the federal government not recognizing it as a grade and our having a directory of and trying to report out and inform the field on this huge investment for these littles. And so just know that is something we're very focused on. The second thing is we did talk to the U.S. Department of Education as well. This came up during CPAG about potential waiver of that end size requirement, and they were said that they would not look favorably on a waiver of the nature for one student group being a different size than the other student group. So I just wanted to make sure I shared that, if that helps at all with this conversation.
Terrific. I'll start with a clarifying question and see if there are any others. When you were talking about the growth model and you said that we need three years of data, are you thinking at the individual level or at the school level? At what level were you speaking?
So it's actually it's 3 years of test data total, right? So we're calculating growth for students only using 2 years at a time, but it's the overlap of 2 sets of growth information. So 2021 to 22 growth, right? And then and then 2022 to 23 growth, right? So you're going to need 3 years of test administrations in order for the model to be able to be displayed. And
But for individual students, you're using 2 years, right?
correct.
Right, the game year. So we would have data for fourth graders through, in other words, you have to have the third grade data to get the fourth grade growth model, et cetera.
Correct. So we'll have information and data for grades 4 through 8.
And I know this is not a clarification question, so I'm going to just state it, but not ask you to answer it. There's an interesting question of whether we're doing anything at all for high school or whether we're going to try to do something from 8th to 11th. So just put a pin in that. Another clarification question, but it might end up being a discussion question, in which case you can punt it, is when you talked about TK and breaking it out, and as I understand it, we do not have a valid way to think about the LPAC for TK at this point. So we would not be trying to do that. Is that right?
I would
Or is that a discussion question and not a clarification
and I would
question?
also just say that there's a piece of pending legislation that would actually exclude TK from the LPAC. But Mal, if you wanted the technical response, I would defer to her.
Okay, so that is TBD, is what it sounds like.
Mal is shaking her head yes.
Yes, it's TBD. Just trying to ascertain where we are on the problem of the LPAC for TK. And what I understand is that there may be legislation pending, but
there is legislation pending. However, we face the same concerns and as the reporting process, right? Because they are the first year of a 2-year kindergarten program, so they are included in the kinder tests, and also to identify them as English learners and to provide resources and services to them. So there is legislation, but at this point, you're right, it is to be determined.
okay, thank you. I will not go any deeper at the moment and see if there are other clarifying questions. Yes, Member Patillo-Bronson.
You. I just wanted to confirm, as you were describing how and where TK is included or excluded on the dashboard. So I just want to confirm that not having the grade breakouts on the dashboard, which we don't have, does not, that slide that you had up doesn't mean that it is removing the age or the grade breakouts, for example, on DataQuest. That
Correct.
information around suspension, chronic absenteeism, population even, growth will still be available on DataQuest, correct?
So this, I think Kim was starting to talk about this, and let me amplify that. DataQuest, beginning with the annual enrollment report that is put out every spring, will for the first time include TK as a grade.
Okay.
The law does not say that. The law says it's still a first year of a 2-year program, but we have committed to doing that in all of our reports. So we also have made that change in our data collection system. So for the first time, as LEAs are certifying their data, they're actually able to see those students in those reports as TK students. Before, it was simply a program code.
And is there any talking between the systems or hyperlinking between, for example, the dashboard even and DataQuest so that you could click down sort of or have some set number of clicks that will get you to that data?
Yeah, so you all have asked us to do that before, right? As recently as November, when you asked us to put the absence by reason report on that. We actually have, for LEAs especially, we have a crosswalk where we talk about the differences and how these systems really work together to help inform student performance and progress. And perhaps, like we can talk with the system of support folks, but we can absolutely emphasize that as we bring this on as a student group or, a population of students that's more clearly defined about the, again, DataQuest being a great primary source of information as well as their local data. I mean, really on a day-to-day basis, the people who have access to the data are those in the classroom and those at a district, not the state. So, informing that is best done really at the local level, but we can absolutely emphasize that too.
Clarification, so we get to public comment. Are there any other, did you have another clarification question, or is it more getting to discussion? Okay, great. Any other clarifications? Okay, member.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know what you were saying. Member McQuillan, I understand that you are somewhere on video ready to ask a question.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. And we can see you a little bit now on some of the monitors.
All right.
There you are. Hello. Hey.
Hello from the north here. Thank you again for allowing me to participate this way. Clarification question back to TK. With this new reporting, will we be able to see what students are not participating in TK that could be participating? And it might be to be determined also. Thank you.
That's a great question. We don't know who's expected to enroll at a school until they show up in our student level data system. So unlike school districts who may have access to preschool data or census data that's specific to neighborhoods, like I think about the community I live in, they knew that I had a rising 4-year-old or 5-year-old, and there was some targeted communication there. The state has no access to that. So we only know what we're told, and what we're told is when a kid enters, the doors of a school, they are enrolled, and then that information is given to us through CalPads, and they're issued a student ID. But for those that we anticipate, I'm not aware, at least not through the CalPad system. Maybe it's through some other systems, and we can ask that question to our early education team members as well. I know they're not present here today, but we can definitely take that back.
That sounds like it may be more of a study, a question for a research study. Yeah. Member Yoshimoto Tari, I think you were going to ask a question.
This might have been from the first part, Cindy, of the presentation, but this is in regard to the threshold of N size of 15 for our English learners. So you clarified that you met with the U.S. Department of Ed. They're not thinking favorably for a waiver. And you mentioned that it would require a change in statute.
So for differentiated assistance, I think what Kim was saying was that it's in statute for differentiated assistance. Under the Every Student Succeeds Act, that decision was delegated to the State Board of Education.
So then the course of action would be to amend the ESSA plan.
It would not only mean to amend the ESSA plan just for the number, but Kimberly talked about the fact that every single technical aspect of the accountability system is based on it. So we'd have to go back and redo all those calculations and bring forward to you for every single indicator those metrics.
Thank you.
Any other clarification questions? All right, we can proceed to the next section.
Well, just continuing on with differentiated assistance eligibility and those metrics that they're aligning to for our principles, which is principles 6, 8, 10, and 11. Specifically, this is one similar to long-term English learners where the legislature has decided that they're going to add things to the accountability system or require pieces of the accountability system to be changed. This is one that around the system of support, again, where I talked about the evaluation study that was done, this idea of having districts and county offices in support for a minimum of 2 years following their identification. The second part of it is looking at those districts who have failed to meet the requirements of our student level collection process, which is our California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement System, or CalPADS. There's specific code in statute that refers to those requirements, which is 60900. And that section really leaves some discretion to the department on how to put in place requirements so that we have standardization, that we can look at this data and have reliability. We know that it's valid. It's gone through validation errors and checks and balances and such, so that the data that we move forward with and that we report out on, everybody can think about and see it and know that it's something that we can all rely on because, of course, it's quoted everywhere. We know that there are almost 6 million students in California. We know there's almost 300,000 educators. That comes directly from this system. This system is the basis for our work. It's the basis for how we test our kids. It's the basis for a lot of our funding decisions. One of the things that came up since we wrote this item and it was published is a conversation around how does the system of support onboard or help these districts, especially ones that fail to meet the requirements of the CalPAD collection. And so I just wanted to share with you, because we did not include that in the item, but it's worth saying out loud. Those of you that may know Mike Fine or the work of the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, you may also know that they are the group under the county office for the current superintendent of schools office, rather. They also have an arm that has been around longer, probably as long as I've been in state service, over 20 years, in which it's called the California School Information Services, or CSIS. CSIS was designed as being the first level service or help desk for the CalPAD system. They are there supporting 1,900 LEAs on a day-to-day basis. And so they are really the folks that don't get a lot of shout-outs, but as this differentiated assistance criteria is being onboarded, I just wanted to let you know that there are actual individuals who do this work on a daily basis, and they do great work. And we get almost 99 or in fall one, 100% of our LEAs across the finish line. So it's not that this language should be, I think, of concern to counties. I think that we have a great partner in CSIS that we're going to elevate as we move forward in this process, and we can talk about those that may not have met the deadline. We haven't had any this year, so I can tell you right now we're at 0 as far as who's eligible for this criteria. But we thought it was important to bring forward because we want to make sure that the eligibility criteria is something that you vote on and it's memorialized as being in sync with state law. And so we can talk in our future agenda items again about CSIS and about the work that they do throughout the year of helping LEAs, of identifying risks for LEAs that may be at risk of not certifying and such. And so that will be something that I'll make sure that we put in future agenda items, but I just wanted to again bring that to your attention. In terms of your Title I Practitioners Advisory Group, which of course we refer to as CPAG, or California Practitioners Advisory Group, we had a robust conversation in this room most of the morning on the 9th of February. And in terms of the feedback they gave us around each of the items that are before you today, there was more questions, I think, than answers. They don't vote on anything. It is a conversation, and it's a robust group that has a lot of strong background in this area. So specifically around science, there was interest around how would it affect the current distribution of state indicators for the priority areas. Where does it land in the priority area? What impact would it have on support identifications for differentiated assistance? And this is something that, again, I spoke about that we have elevated to our science community is we're going to have folks in differentiated assistance potentially as early as 2025. Now what? How do we help these districts? How do we help these county offices? In terms of the college career indicator, there is a consideration around the definition of college career readiness to align with the criteria for the state indicator. They wanted to change the definition and linking to higher ed to gauge whether or not students felt they were prepared. That's not something that is currently in the indicator or in our item, just to be clear. In terms of long-term English learners, a consideration about how they would impact accountability, and this concern that those that are being identified may not have actually prepared the students. That was maybe on an elementary district, and they moved into a high school district. And so this concern about the creation of those LTELs that weren't progressing, that those schools and districts weren't being held accountable. In terms of thinking about how do we help long-term English learners, this need for support at the district and counties to develop communities of practice. And I know my colleague in our multilingual support division under Alicia's leadership, we are talking about this on a regular basis. And so there is a strong awareness around this. We've presented to the Bilingual Coordinators Network and will continue to be a part of those conversations to help with this. And then in terms of the LTEL population being added to the LP, there was an ask that the state board think about raising your levels on status to a higher percentage. So with that, we have been busy looking back on the last year. It feels like it was like 10,000 touch points, but maybe is not that much on this screen. But we are out in the field, and it's either Kim and I or Kim and one of her team members, or sometimes we pinch hit to somebody like Sarah Petrowski or others who have been just great advocates and know this work well. So if you've got a conference, I've said this before, invite us, we'll come. I know we're gonna be in the charter school space very soon, so that is just a little excitement that we haven't been before, so I know Sharon's been interested in that, so we're gonna be there. And in a couple other places that we haven't normally been included in. And so we're busy, and we're excited that things, especially since reflecting back on 2022, things have calmed down a little bit in the field. It doesn't mean to say that progress has slowed. I mean, folks are, I think, refining and really fine-tuning practices and being more attentive based on the LCAP changes and needs, and so we're getting asked questions that we haven't been asked before either. And so I think that's a very good reflection of a system that is maturing to meet the needs of the community and policymakers and educators. So with that, I will turn it back to President Darlene Hammond. Oh, excuse me. We have a recommendation. I've said it before, but here is your recommendation. So we're asking you for guidance on our work plan and to take action as deemed necessary and appropriate. And then I can change it over to the public comment slide if you'd like me to.
Thank you. Wow. Lots to discuss, and we are putting up the public comment slide for public comment to form in the queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. And while we're waiting, I'll ask Vice President Glover Woods, as our liaison, if she has any initial comments before me, and then I will see if there's any further clarifying questions before we go to public comment, and we'll come back for a robust discussion.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond, and thank you, Cindy and team, for a quite extensive and comprehensive and clear presentation. Before I start my very brief comments, I do want to just again acknowledge and appreciate the team for the work that has been done, and more importantly, the work that will be done. Really working hard to be sure that the dashboard is published before that December 1st deadline and before the Thanksgiving holiday is a huge lift. And I appreciate the department's recognition and work that's going to go forward. In addition to adding a brand new student group to the data itself. And I understand and recognize and value the impact that it has on this plan. So again, thank you, Cindy and team, for what you have done and what you will be doing. And as you said, you've been busy. I know you guys are not just here at the department, but you're throughout the state of California sharing. So thank you so much for doing that. Excited, I say to my fellow board members, quite excited to see science dawning into where we need it to go. I'm looking forward to conversations we will be having in the future around what that looks like on our dashboard, how that is represented, and what support may be needed, of course, to districts that might show that they are eligible for support in that area, as well as our ongoing conversations about our college career indicator and how to bring forward those aspects of the indicator that are reflective of the career portion of the college career indicator. I do have some questions and some comments I would like to make as it relates to our English learner student group and the addition of the LTELs to the dashboard and what that means for how we are looking at that student group across indicators. But President Darling-Hammond, if it's okay with you, I'd like to hold those comments and questions, because I do have a question for Cindy as well, but I would like to hold that until we go into our public comment and come back for board discussion, if that would be okay.
Absolutely. We will have quite a lot of discussion. And I just want to +1 on the gratitude to the team that has been working so hard on this, not just this year, but, for all of these previous years. And the thirst for data that is reflected in the work that you're doing now and expanding the dashboard is, an important one, looking at science, looking at our TK learners, looking at our LTELs. I am also reflecting on the fact that we began the process of the dashboard under the previous board with the idea of keeping the federal and state components closely together. I think we may need a conversation now about how do we want to think about that going forward, because every piece of data that we add might not necessarily be appropriate for differentiated assistance consideration, for accountability, for LCAP. We've heard a lot about how those systems are beginning to fall under their own weight. There's so much in them. And so I just want to flag that as we think about all of the data that we want and need to attend to and understand the needs of our students, that it feels to me like we're at a moment of having that deeper conversation about what's in our state reporting system, what's in our state accountability, what's in the federal system, so that we can sort that out and think it through together. But this is just a tremendous accomplishment. It's very responsive to the demands that we have from educators and others in our state who really want to know. And it tells us something about how committed to the process of making good decisions and leaning in with data that our education system has become. I think that's a wonderful thing, and we're so fortunate to have this team enacting and instantiating all of the many requests for that understanding. And with that, I think we want to go to public comment. We've given time for people to line up and get on the phone queue. I think we want to start with in-person comments, if there are any.
There are 2 people signed up for public comment. Please line up at the microphone as I call your name. Shelley Spiegel-Coleman and Lindsay Tornatore.
Your mic appears not to be on. And maybe it's also falling over.
I don't know. I can't go after this.
Let's get this woman a mic.
Good afternoon, President Darling-Hammond, members of the board, Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together. Since the inception of the data dashboard, we have recommended that ELs and RFEPs be reported separately for the academic indicator. The board and CDE staff recognize the validity issues and the challenges of an English test for English learners, hence included the RFEP data. We have the opportunity to think differently with match scores in the growth model. In a recent publication by the Migration Policy Institute, refining the state accountability systems for English learners, one of their research projects had approached that focused on status, establishing adjusted grade level standards or numerical benchmarks in ELA and math, and that students must meet those those must be met based upon their EL proficiency. The model directly addresses the validity of an English academic measure for ELs. We urge you to consider this research with the development of the California growth model. Thank you very much.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Lindsay Tornatore, on behalf of the California County Superintendents. We would like to emphasize our letter with broad support of the CDE's 2024 Accountability Work Plan, most notably the plan to include science on the dashboard, and also the good work already underway in collaboration with CDE and FCMAT CSIS to ensure all LAs have support to meet their CalPADS deadlines. We also highlighted how we deeply value the important role of the dashboard, how it plays an essential part of the continuous improvement and differentiated assistance process, and that role is that it is a mirror and a conversation starter of how to focus more attention and support into who. So as all of you are engaging in discussion on this item, we respectfully request that you also include other elements of the statewide system of support in the discussion around improving outcomes for students. We agree with our CalTOG colleagues that appropriate metrics, N sizes, and cut scores are essential. And we also wonder what other factors could be contributing to the results that we are seeing. What other levers within the larger system
Thank you,
of support?
Speaker. Your time is up.
Thank you.
And do we have any commenters on the phone line?
We do. It looks like we have about 19 people in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Greetings, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Vanessa Calderon, Assistant Principal at Channel Islands High School. Your support on ELTO accountability is crucial, but what I'm most concerned about is how our school system can prevent students from becoming ELTOs. We need a clear focus on improving our English language development instructional programs and pedagogy to support ELs so that when the students get to high school, they have already been RFEP'd and continue supporting our students getting college and career ready. As a former newcomer EL, it is personally incomprehensible to me to see many ELTOs in high school. ELs at risk of becoming ELTOs requiring unique instruction to support programs. Please take action and bring EL experts to work together and identify instructional programs that support the needs of ELs and the needs of our ELs at risk of becoming ELTOs. When less than 50% of the state are not making one level of growth towards English language proficiency, and 41 counties do not have one district that is red, this urges us to request that the board and the department revisit and review methodology. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8985. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning, President Linda Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Isela Jacobo, and I'm the Senior Director for the San Diego County Office of Education Multilingual Department. I am here to urgently address the growth of English language proficiency for students in the San Diego County. In our region, we have high aspirations for all of our students, including our English learner students, and would hope that you'd agree that accepting 55% as high and 45% as medium for LP status cut scores is not sufficient. We expect more of our students in districts and request that you review and revisit the LP status cut scores to establish growth targets with a trajectory of becoming fluent within 6 to 7 years. Without any revisions, the state has set targets that will predict 50% of ELs becoming LTELs. Our students deserve higher standards and better outcomes. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 0016. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, President Darling and state board members. My name is Maria Meraz, CEO of Parent Engagement Academy. As parents, we're eager to understand how well our children are learning English and if they're making annual progress toward reclassification. When parents receive the school report and teachers tell them that the school are doing very well, and very well means just 50% are making the necessary progress to reclassify in 6 to 7 years, we are deeply concerned about this data. We need our students to achieve expected growth in less time. As parents, we expect at least 80% of the students to advance one level of English proficiency per year, not just 55%. With such a low expectation, many of our children or students will become long-term English learners, significantly affecting their future education and the opportunity for post-secondary education. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9942. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Tapia, calling on behalf of Alliance for a Better Community. We're a Latina policy and advocacy organization from Los Angeles, and work closely with parents and families in LA County and LA Unified School District. Latinos make up almost 75% of students in LAUSD, and we recognize the unique linguistic needs of these students. Although not all Latina students are English learners, a large majority are. And with LA County being home to 22% of ELs in California, this is a priority population for us. According to the LP, only 2 districts in LA County were red, which is 2.5% of the 80 districts, and only 1 district is receiving differentiated assistance for LP. We raised similar concerns that have already been highlighted and request a revisit and review of the methodology for LP so that ELs in my county can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8744. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA appreciates the diligent work done by CDE and board staff on the activities outlined in the 2024 Accountability Work Plan and commends CDE for consistently developing toolkits to help education leaders communicate the new components of the accountability system to parents and their community. Additionally, we understand that the state is not including TK as part of the LP at the decision point today, but we want to highlight our concerns with the developmental appropriateness of the current LPAC for 4-year-olds. As the state considers incorporating TK students onto the dashboard as a distinct grade level, especially as part of LP in the future, ACSA believes it is crucial to align assessment tools with the correct developmental stages of students to ensure fair and meaningful evaluations within the education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 9260. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. Angelica Salazar for Public Advocates and the LCFF Equity Coalition. I'd like to uplift some points from our letter. When tracking English learner progress, please disaggregate data to ensure separate consideration for various EL profiles. Review cut scores for status and incorporate the EL roadmap into the system of support. In tracking TK outcomes, collect and report on student group data across state indicators. In tracking LTEL outcomes, adhere to California Education Code Section 313.1 to define LTELs and use the 15 student threshold for LCAP purposes. Extend that threshold to foster and homeless youth. Regarding the college and career indicator, the board should clarify its intent to measure both college and career and capture data on both. CDE cannot wait to develop a work plan to incorporate student-level growth model data into the dashboard. Lastly, we urge you to recalibrate the weight of dashboard indicators to better capture academic and uplift overall accountability in discussion with our coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 7768. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Peter Ahern, past president of the California Association of Science Educators. We are very excited about the work plan for adding science to the accountability system. I want to thank all of the board members, both past and present, who have steadily supported the inclusion of science on the dashboard. I want to thank Cindy Kazanis and the staff at CDE for their thoughtful and hard work and for thinking about in creative ways about science assessment. They are meeting with and partnering with the science community, and we are grateful for this. Adding science to the accountability system will increase the visibility of science and ensure that districts invest in making sure that all California students get the great science education they deserve. We look forward to continuing productive partnership with CDE. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 9060. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, Madam President. This is Brian Rivas calling on behalf of the Education Trust West. Access to a fully prepared and properly assigned teacher is one of our biggest problems and our biggest equity problems in education. And when it comes to teacher quality priority 1, we're asking that the next time you update the dashboard, that you add school level data with an equity component. This is critically important to laying the foundation for the conversation we need to have, which is what are the incentives, what level of pay, what kind of supports are necessary to attract teachers to serve in these communities and stay there. So with that request, next time you update the dashboard, please look at adding school level data so that we can see who has access to a properly credentialed teacher and where are they teaching and are they teaching the right assignments? Are they properly assigned? Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 0394. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, members of the board. This is Manuel Bonrostro with Californians Together. And I'm calling to elevate one issue that was highlighted in the letter that we submitted. This is around the number size for schools. And for this issue, we again just want to raise a concern about the district threshold of 30 students being different from the school threshold of 15 students. And for this, we asked the State Board of Education to request a revision to the state ESSA plan to revise the threshold to 15 so that the school threshold mirrors the district threshold of 15. This is very important as we think about numerically significant student groups and making sure that we capture the needs of students across schools and making sure that there's coherence from the district to the school. It's also something that is in line with what we see from other states. So we understand that California is a bigger state, but when we look at most other states and the thresholds that they set, California is an outlier in the 30 number. That it's in the higher end. So we would definitely be supportive of lowering that so that we can support more schools and be able to shed light on the needs in additional schools. Because as California is a big state, we also have a lot of districts and schools
Thank you.
that are also
Thank you, caller.
size. Thank you.
Next caller with the last four digits, 7798. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, President Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Dana Baldwin Moreno from CalTOG and COBTE. Current LP scores are not equity focused. The current cut scores for the LP create complacency in a system where just half of ELs make progress towards English proficiency. In a truly equity-focused system, expectations should be set based on the outcomes that we want that system to produce, not based on the inequitable outcomes that it has produced in years past. The very low status current cut score percentage of less than 35% of ELs continues to underrepresent the number of districts and schools that need to address English language proficiency progress for their ELs. When sharing the data dashboard with teacher candidates, we continue to ask the board to revisit and revise the cut scores for the LP indicator based on what an equity-focused system should be producing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Robert Manwaring on behalf of Children Now and the California STEM Network. Really appreciate all the work that the department and the board have done on elevating science. We believe it should be an indicator on the dashboard and used for differentiated assistance. Echo the comments of my Ed Trust West colleague on the importance of teacher assignment data being reported at the school level. Inequities happen both across districts, but definitely within districts on the allocation of qualified teachers. And then really support the suggestion of President Darling Hammond that there is a need for a deeper conversation, in particular around the growth model and how to bring it onto the dashboard. We're a couple of decades behind other states and using growth in the accountability purposes. It's going to be complicated to get on the dashboard. Those conversations should start now. And as you bring growth and science onto the dashboard, there's going to be an issue around how you weight indicators. Currently,
thank you, caller. Your
the
time
weighting
is. Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last four digits, 6845. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, President Linda Darling Hammond and board members. I'm Lucy Bollinger, program specialist overseeing newcomer welcome centers in Elk Grove School District. We are again raising concerns about the low expectations set by the LP indicator and urge the board to not accept these low expectations for our English learners. We cannot claim to have an equity-focused system when over half of ELs did not make progress towards English proficiency. Are we okay with only identifying 60 school districts receiving a red performance level? This represents approximately just less than 9% of ELs statewide. In Sacramento County, we enroll 13,173 English learners. Only 2 districts out of the 15 are red for LP,
and not one is going to receive support from differentiated assistance to support growth in English language proficiency. According to LP, over half of ELs did not make progress toward English language proficiency. Please revisit and revise the LP methodology and cut scores to ensure that our LEAs get the support we need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 7995. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. Patty Chavez with SEAL and in partnership with Californians Together. Thank you all this morning for your dedication and robust presentation. SEAL has provided professional development in more than 200 elementary and preschools in California, and we're seeing success. Through our work, we know that a whole school strategy encourages district leaders, principals, and educators to establish systems and practices that support rich language development, literacy, and engaging, joyful learning for all students. And specifically, our ELs are thriving and succeeding. We need this for all our students, communities, and the future of the state. A state where right now over half of ELs did not make progress toward English language proficiency, according to LP. This is alarming. It should give us all pause, especially because we know that ELs will only continue to grow in our state. I join many of our colleagues here today to ask us all to slow down. Let's do this right for our children. We request a revisit and a review of the LP methodology and status cut scores so all ELs can be supported to attain English proficiency, and we can create a strong foundation for now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4961. You are now live. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Rochelle Jurasek. I'm an ELD instructional coach at King Chavez Preparatory Academy in San Diego, which serves about 107 ELs, of whom most are LTELs. English language development is an important component of our program, and I'm concerned that the low cut scores for LP status contributes to low expectations for our students' English language proficiency growth. Many of our students are long-term English learners, and unless we expect a higher percentage of students to make yearly growth of one proficiency level, we will not intentionally target this group to be held accountable and then to shrink the numbers of students who become LTELs. This can negatively impact EL's opportunities for learning in secondary schools and beyond. For this reason, I'm asking that you revisit and review the methodology and cut scores for LP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9819. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning, President Darlene Hammond. My name is Juan Ortiz, and I serve the children of Pomona Unified School District as the Director of English Learner and Multilingual Student Programs. One of our fundamental functions is to ensure that our students identified as English learners are provided with a comprehensive ELD program from the moment they enter the educational system to the day when they walk across the graduation stage. Imagine stating that a 55% graduation rate for ELs was a successful year. It's hard to imagine that we would find any educator that would agree with this metric, yet the current cut points for the LP do just that. By allowing districts to claim to be successfully meeting the needs of ELs with a mere 55% of students making 1 year's annual growth, thousands of students will not receive the services they are entitled to due to a false sense of success. Districts like my own build their LCAP plans, allocate resources, and make staffing decisions based on the California dashboard. If the LP cut points are not raised to reflect an authentic standard for accountability, thousands of students will not receive the designated and integrated ELD services they are entitled to. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today, urge you to revisit and review the LP methodology and status cut scores so that ELs in my district and districts throughout California can be supported appropriately to attain English proficiency.
Next caller with the last four digits, 9265. You're now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning, Carolyn Crolot with Early Edge, California. We appreciate the consideration of how to treat TK students on the dashboard and the LP. Early Edge, along with our partners, have asked the state to examine the appropriateness of the existing LPAC assessment for our increasingly younger TK population and to develop an alternative that is developmentally appropriate, valid, and reliable. It would be prudent to hold off on incorporating TK students into the indicator until at least a thorough evaluation of the LPAC for TK is conducted, if not replaced by an assessment that is more appropriate for this age group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 2898. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Caroline Martin. I'm representing Californians Together. I teach in Sacramento County where 28,000 ELs are enrolled, and I'm here to request that the LP status cut scores be reviewed so districts can better support our multilingual students. According to LP, only one district in my county is going to receive support for helping ELs and learning English. This, despite the fact that in my county, less than half of ELs made progress towards English proficiency or scored performance level 4 based on the LP. Sacramento County needs support. Statewide, 41 counties have 0 districts in differentiated assistance for LP and only 9 counties with 1 district in differentiated assistance for LP. This does not represent the urgency needed to improve and address statewide English language development and programmatic support. I request a review of the LP status cut scores so that ELs in my county can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 9519. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Ferson, representing the Parent Institute for Quality Education, a family engagement organization that works with thousands of EL families annually. We are also concerned that the CBE's work plan does not include a review of LP cut scores for status. The current status performance levels are too low and inconsistent with research finding that ELs should be expected to reach reclassification within 5 to 7 years. Under the current cut scores, just 9% of ELs will be identified for support. However, as we heard, over half of California's EL students did not make progress or below a level 4 proficiency. This discrepancy is concerning to say the least, especially if we want to prevent high numbers of long-term ELs in the future. We are asking the board to please revisit and revise the status cut scores which set a low bar for the LP indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits, 8945. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning, members of the board. This is Suzanne Cooey of the Charter Schools Development Center. We thank staff for their work on dashboard resources. We appreciate Dr. Darling Hammond's comment, encouraging deeper thought about our accountability system. In the accountability work plan, we ask the board to prioritize improvement of dashboard data. Please see our letter. It does not currently indicate how good is the growth of a school's students on CASP or LPAC. We hope to see the growth model data replace change, and we hope to see parallel work to improve LP methodology. We also ask the board to prioritize use of sound language to build understanding. For charter schools, a priority is replacing the terms high, middle, and low performing to describe charter school renewal performance categories. These terms create misunderstanding and unfounded bias. Growth model data show these categories correlate more to student demographics than to student growth. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 7712. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, Madam President and board members. I'm Pi Cornejo, English learner advocate and retired teacher from Elmore Unified School District of Riverside County, with 23 school districts and home to 24,151 English learners. According to the EL Proficiency Indicator, no districts in my county are going to receive support for helping English learners in learning English, according to LP, and no school district is marked red for LP. This, despite the fact that in my county, less than half of English learners made progress towards EL proficiency or scored at performance level 4. We have to expect more of our districts and schools in order to ensure that English learners become English proficient in 5 to 7 years, as research indicates is appropriate. Therefore, we request a revisit and review of the LP status cut scores so that English learners in Riverside County can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 6331. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning, President Hammond and board members. My name is Veronica Torres McLean, bilingual educator for over 28 years and assistant director at LMU Center for Equity for English Learners, also known as SEAL. Our center would like to make the recommendation to adjust the LP calculations and cut score thresholds to ensure that more students attain more appropriate annual growth. Our center's LCAP analysis and CDE statewide compliance reviews point to widespread need for LEAs to focus on comprehensive ELD programs for English learner students. However, the LP is not speaking to that same need The LP is not equitable. Current cut scores that assign a very low status when less than 35% of ELs make one level growth set low expectations and do not provide district data to create the needed urgency to improve EL programs. We request a revisit and review of the LP calculations and status cut scores so the LP can be a catalyst that sounds the alarm for LEAs and moves them towards more supportive practices so that ELs in California can attain English proficiency. Thank you so much for all that you do for English learners.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9270. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. I'm Lorena Ellis, a 25-year educator working as a community schools program specialist for the Azusa Unified School District. Los Angeles County is home to 22% of ELs in California. According to LP, only one district in my county is going to receive support to address growth in English language proficiency, despite the fact that in LA County, less than half of ELs made progress toward English proficiency on the LP. Would this low bar be considered sufficient for math or English for children or any group of our students? We request a revisit and review of the LP methodology and status cut scores so that ELs in my county can be supported to attain English language proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Last caller with the last four digits, 0016. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 0016. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, hearing none. That concludes public comment for item number 2.
I would like to suggest that we take a 15-minute break and come back for discussion. It's been more than 2 hours since we all had our coffee, and we have to go up to the 5th floor for a bio break. We'll reconvene at around 11 o'clock. Thank you. going to reconvene. Oh, go ahead. You want to count us down? All right, we're going to reconvene for a discussion of the accountability work plan. That was a very robust presentation, and I'm sure there is a robust conversation to be had about it. And I'm going to open the floor for discussion. Yes, Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. And let me again just say how excited I am that we, in this great state of California, are taking opportunity not just to look at the performance of students as a whole, but also each individual student group. And adding the LTEL student group, I think, allows for us to even have more detail on how our students are doing. And again, very appreciative of that. To know that we have 14 student groups, I think on the surface might sound like a lot, but if we're about all students being successful, we have to be able to look at our students again as a whole and also individually. As I had shared before we went on break, I do have a question and a comment, I believe, as it relates to our English learner student group. But Cindy, I'd like to ask you first if you could, for my background and reminder and for that of the board, can you just give us kind of a brief overview of the conversations this board has had as it relates to our English learner student group and looking at the nuances, particularly those that we've heard in our public comment as well. And I thank all of the callers who did call in on public comment on this item. Also, your thoughts and your opinions are very much appreciated.
May I just suggest that you include in your response the questions about what we did on the score setting, the cut score setting on the LP.
Absolutely. Cindy Cazanes, Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. For the record, I am not going to go into every single time we've talked about the English learner student group because we would be here for a long time. This student group is absolutely at the core of our system. I think specifically you had asked around the academic indicator, which is what the callers continue to call in about. That discussion specifically occurred at the May 2016 meeting, of which you all were not in your current seats. And at that time, the board approved the academic indicator as a state indicator and as part of their design on the LCFF evaluation rubrics. In January 2017, the state board approved the academic indicator and included the current definition we see of the English learner student group involving reclassified fluent proficient students for 4 years. 2019, you asked for an information memo around the rationale for including the English learner student group on the academic indicator as those students, again, who are currently classified as English learners and those reclassified for 4 years or less. In September 2022, a meeting that most of you were at, you had a robust discussion about this very issue. And attachment 2 details, in that item, details all of the theory behind why we had reclassified students, why we continue to have reclassified students in that population. We had a very distinguished professor from Stanford. We had Kenji available and others to support that conversation, which was the original research in which this was based on. Specifically, that is also the time that you adopted cut scores. And just reflecting on your dashboard principles, nowhere in your dashboard principles say that you need to reflect cut scores in which you have a minimum number of LEAs in the red. That is not the system design. If you would like to change the system design, we can have that conversation, but we've had very intent conversations on this issue on more than one occasion, and there has not been action by the board to change the current status. So if there's interest to do that, Member Glover Woods, I would ask for that feedback, and we are happy to support that work. But the system is not designed based on a gotcha and how many we want to see in the system. It's based on where the cut scores fall over an even distribution, which is how all of the indicators have been set and how you've adopted those over the years, and then re-adopted those with, again, this English learner proficient or English learner progress indicator. Not only the status cut scores, but the change cut scores that you adopted last year were based on that distribution that is consistent with all the other indicators.
Thank you, Cindy. That is definitely helpful. I would say that as I think about the addition of the long-term English learner student group, one of the key things that I truly believe, and I believe others do as well, is the goal, of course, would be to minimize the number of students that would actually fall into the LTEL student group, most definitely. And I'm also very cognizant of the amount of work that is laid out in our 2024 accountability work plan, which is really what this item is about. I would like to make a request, though, if I could, which kind of harkens into December. Now that we're going to have the LTEL student group on the 2024 dashboard, I'm requesting a couple of things. One, that we have some information in the December memorandum about the impact of the LTEL group, that data, how it plays out across indicators, as well as thinking about what may need to go into our 2025 work plan as a result of having that additional set of data. And if I could just kind of go back a little bit, one of the conversations we had at a past board meeting was the excitement and understanding that now that we were having status and cut scores, this was the first time on the dashboard that we would have that in place for the LP, I believe, that that was going to give us a good data set point. Since that time, we now are also adding in an additional student group, which I think helps to hone in the data as well as hone in our lens of what else may need to be done, if anything, as it relates to the student group. So if I'd just like to kind of put that out there, if in December of 2024, if we could have some information on that and then have that lens on, then we can have some discussion on what would need to happen in the 2025 accountability work plan moving forward. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Other comments or questions? Yes. Member Escobedo? Yes. And then Member Lewis.
Curious, I believe in slide 15 and slide 16, it's an overview of the differentiated assistance eligibility. And I saw each year and how 220 districts are no longer eligible, and then you have new eligibility. I'm just curious, how many of those districts have not left that differentiated assistance eligibility? So, for example, those in either 2019 and 2021 that are still in this differentiated assistance category, those chronic differentiated assisted.
I would need to come back to you with that. And are you looking at it for the same student group that which they were originally in for 2019, or just if they just are in period?
I'm just curious about the system issue, right? And yeah.
Okay.
So and what do we do if they are chronically not making gains? Is there a 2.0 type of assistance that we provide? And I don't know if
Josh Strong is in the audience, and he may be able to address some of, without a specific number, but with ed code that is required to look at some of our districts a little more intently.
Thank you.
Joshua Strong, Administrator, Local Agency System Support Office. So in response to your question, the way that statute articulates it in Education Code Section 52071 is that LEAs that have consistently failed to or that have remained in differentiated assistance for 3 out of 4 consecutive years are eligible for additional assistance that's provided by the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, the CCEE. Those LEAs are referred to the CCEE. The CCEE then begins working with them on an in-depth, robust support. They deal with them in in-depth data analysis. They do a lot of work with those particular LEAs. And at this point in time, there are a number of LEAs that have been identified for that support that CCEE is reporting. And statute also articulates that in the event that there are issues that are so systemic that CCEE can't work with them, or that CCEE has tried to work with them and cannot, then at that point in time, statute provides the state superintendent of public instruction with the authority of stepping in and intervening with the LEA directly. At this point in time, we don't have any LEAs that have reached that level of assistance within the system that's articulated within statute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Lewis?
First, Cindy, I want to echo what everybody else has said about the report. Thank you for that, and thank you for the very clear information. I just wanted to, maybe it's a request, comment and a request, but listening to the callers and then reading a lot of the correspondence that was sent in regarding LTELs and early prevention. It kind of couples with what you said what was in the agenda item about in the future, at the end of the 23-24 collection cycle, you'll begin to look at the inclusion of the TK into the LP. I kind of think that goes hand in hand, with LTELs and prevention. Everything starts as early as possible in the early grades, and I would just request, if possible, at a future meeting that information could be brought forth regarding if there needs to be a different LPAC assessment for TKers, because a lot of them talked about the developmental stage of the 4-year-olds, and the current, LCAP. Maybe there needs to be a separate LCAP and maybe the impact of that, because it's like a 2-year program. Okay, Kimberly, you're smiling. Am I saying something wrong?
No, this is actually outside of our expertise, and
they're pointing at Mal is what's going on back there, and I know that Mal is looking at this question, so it is on the docket.
Oh, it's on the docket?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're thinking about what are the options for that.
Agenda anywhere, but it is.
Get information at a future meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either that or the legislature will tell you what they're going to do.
Oh,
yes.
That's the pending legislation.
Maybe we'll
that's
see.
The pending legislation. Okay.
But we need to be thinking about it, and I know that the assessment division is looking at that. Are there? I'm going to take this opportunity, since there's not another hand up right at the moment, to just ask a couple of questions too. Make a couple of comments. One of the things that was in the many things that were talked about was the CCI, and there was a question about what do we want to do about these potential career-related indicators. There were 4 of them. I didn't write down the slide number, but internships, student-led enterprise, simulated work-based learning, and ASVAB, the test. So, and just from my perspective, but I'd love to hear, what you've learned about this. There are a lot of schools that are working to develop internships, and there are some potential standards for internships that I know are associated with some of the efforts that are out there in CTE programs, in linked learning schools, and a growing number of other schools. I don't know of anything that would allow us to sort out student-led enterprises or simulated work-based learning. And then I think there's a separate question about ASVAB. But I wonder if we could sort those out and sort of think about what's plausible as opposed to what may be less plausible. As I said, from my limited information, I would think internships might be plausible. I don't know that all the others are.
So presently for internships, we do collect within CalPADS, right, information about students who have completed internships. And this year, we're adding an additional stipulation to the data collection that requires information about which CTE course your internship was associated with, because previously we did not have course information associated with that internship. So that information will be new to the course collection for the 23-24 school year that we'll be collecting this year. Previously, we just have that a student's, basically a checkbox that a student completed an internship. However, for simulated work-based learning and student-led enterprise, those work-based learning, that collection point by student is at an individual student level within CalPADS has been related to a course as well. So we do have course level taking information as of this year with regards to at the individual student level for all of those students. And additionally for ASFAB, that is a separate data collection that will be in association.
What I'm asking is a slightly different question. That tells us that you have people checking off something. Yep. But then if we comes into the indicator, we need to think about, is there a standard? And that's really what I'm asking. I'm asserting that I can imagine, because I've worked with schools that have certain kind of standards for internships, I can imagine one there. What are we doing about figuring that out? And are there any kinds of standards that one would be able to bring to some of the other ones on the list? And when do we want to have that conversation?
And that is information that we can work with, right? Our colleagues here in CDE to who supervise, right, that program, to be able to speak to the requirements that they have within CT programs for these internships and such, so we can bring that additional information to the board to bear. But the additional information that we need from the board to move forward is additionally if we're going to be looking at this as a standalone achievement within the CCI for preparedness, or if we're going to associate and compare these student achievements to something else, which is what we've previously done for other additional points. So we need to know.
That's a conversation that we need to have, and we need to bring to that conversation some understanding of what people in the field are using as standards, so to speak, for each of those that we might consider, so that we can sort out which ones are sensible and which ones are not so sensible for us to consider incorporating. Yes?
Can I just ask a follow-up to that? Yeah, please. The feedback, the conversation that we need to have, is that today or is that... Yeah, no. So you're not actually asking, you don't need that feedback from us now.
No, so...
I'm wondering about timeline, and because again, I don't want to ask you to give us information that should come from somebody else in the department, right? So trying to think about what else we would want to do to be able to have the discussion to give you the answer.
In that first bullet of seeking guidance from SBE, I think we want to know when we can get some more information on the table on which we could all discuss what that guidance might be.
What she said.
So, bottom line, it's probably not right for 2024 dashboard, but beyond. So it's something that's still on our radar. We're still collecting the data. We'll still be able to grab those data points at which time the board is ready to do that. But we are, at this point, that is not.
Okay, so that for this year's work plan, part of the work plan is for us to be thinking about things and to give is for you to seek guidance from us over the course of this year, so that it's for the next.
Or if you don't think it's ripe at all, that we stop.
I think what I'm saying is we would need more information to make that determination. So I'd like to be sure that we get it on the agenda in a way that we're both learning about what you're collecting, but also what standards people bring to bear in evaluating whether something meets, a standard such that we could decide what would be appropriate. So that's just plan on getting that on an agenda.
Can I just make a comment about that?
Yes, and then Member McQuillan I know is waiting also. And
Oh, wait. Yeah.
No, go ahead, make your comment.
I was just going to say that this particular indicator feels really important in the sense that it provides data about student preparation that is separate from standardized tests, and that feels like a really exciting thing for us to figure out how to do well. Mm-hmm. And so I love the idea of spending some time this year trying to figure out if what we're already measuring really gets at what we want, if there are ways to do it better, so that we're really understanding how our schools are preparing students for what comes next, because that's ultimately what it's about.
Yeah. And I think it was last meeting when we saw some things about the planned CCI, there is an idea of taking out the redundant indicators like test scores, which are showing up elsewhere in the dashboard, as well as, strengthening what's in what remains. So that's obviously a big agenda. We don't want to do it today because we have other things to do, but we do want to do it at some point. I want to be sure that Member McQuillan gets in. We can sort of see you in the corner of the screen there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I wanted to put in the same plug on the career technical education indicators that as the state puts a lot of money in investing in this, we definitely want to perhaps take this to the committee, the Joint Task Force Committee, to discuss what should be tracked and what indicators, whether it's, I know it's difficult to get information on internships or the simulated work experiences. That's challenging to get that information, but I think it's really important that we do capture it. And Pete Callis will be very interested in this, I'm sure, as a part of the conversation. I also wanted to comment on a couple of other things that were mentioned in the very complete presentation that we got. The seal of civic engagement was mentioned. I'm so glad that we will get more information on that down the road here. I think a lot of the LEAs are still trying to figure out how to roll that out, and we need lots of examples for them where information can be shared on, especially for communities that are underrepresented, of how those opportunities for the seal of civic engagement can be included in all the communities. So I'm so happy about that. And then I wanted to also give a shout out for seeing the science included in this also. So I know it's been a long time coming, so everyone should pat themselves on the back for that. So thank you for the presentation, though. That's it.
Hey. And I want to just note, I'm going to call on Member Rodriguez and then Member Yoshimoto Tari and then Member Orozco Gonzalez. We're going to flip the order of items 3 and 4, and after this we're going to go to item 4, which actually is going to be presented by Pete Callis, who was just named, because we're running behind on this one and we want to get that one in before lunch so that he can go testify to the legislature after that. So Member Rodriguez, Member Yoshimoto Tari, Member Orozco Gonzalez. Did anyone else need to be in the queue?
Okay. Thank you. And thank you so much, Cindy, for such a thorough and rich presentation this morning. And I also want to lift up all of the positive comments that our community members have expressed about you and your work with us. And Kim, also, thank you so much for your presentation. I would love to have had you as a math teacher. And so 3 things. One, I'm just so thrilled about seeing science on our dashboards. The skills that young people learn with science, the habits of mind that they develop are just so powerful, and whether they become scientists or not. And we have a need here in California for jobs, whether it's in the medical, biomed, or robotics. or aerospace industry, right? There's so many jobs that are open and necessary for our students to fill. However, even if they don't become scientists, the skills that they learn and being able to see the world with wonder and awe is just fills me with joy. Second, the LTAL component, having the LTALs on our dashboard has been a long time concern and passion, if you will, something that drives me because these are, I mean, what I've read, right, you know, in the literature, especially a lot of the literature with Kenji Hakuda and through Wested, the socio-cultural component of LTALs and having them on the dashboard will be able to dig a little deeper within our schools to make sure that we're providing like the spokes on a wheel so that our students don't fall out, and that we have classes that are culturally rich and you know, responsive pedagogies for our students. So thank you for that. And lastly, the CTE, well, actually not lastly, the having civic seal of engagement. I think that, you know, is like sort of a little nice topping for LTALs as well, because if our students are engaged and we're seeing which students are engaged in promoting that type of engagement, we're encouraging a sense of belonging that all of our students desperately need, and especially our LTALs. Lastly, CTE is also something that I have seen my LTALs, that students that I have seen that are checked out, that just are ready to drop out of school. They take CTE classes and they come to life in a way, they have purpose. And so this item is just very exciting and fills me with hope. Thank you.
Nice. Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Member Rodriguez, you're making me think about the important intersection, right, between our student groups and the college and career indicator, because you're right, those students that they need joy in school in order to want to come to school, and so it affects attendance and all other kinds of indicators. I just wanted to put my pitch in for also having that deeper conversation, President Darling Hammond, because I think as I read through the public and listened to the public comment, some of the requests, like the revisiting of the cut scores for LP into aspirational goals and digging deeper, we don't have aspirational goals in our other areas, for example, or the TAMO level data being at the school level, our other indicators are at the LEA level. And so I think it's, and even the numerically significant conversation, right? There's a lot, you move one thing and then it affects a lot of other pieces in the dashboard. And so sort of in the vein of Principle 11 of continuous improvement, I would just love to get a deeper, larger picture about where we are and where we've been, where we are, where we'd like to go. And I think the CPEG group feedback is really important in that conversation, and feedback outside of that group as well. And I think the last thing I'd say is, you know, the differentiated assistance, there's a group of schools today that are working with their county office around technical assistance, differentiated assistance supports. And it makes me think that is also somewhat an arbitrary support that we put in place, because even if a district doesn't qualify for DA, those districts also have students that are needing additional supports. They just didn't meet our criteria for differentiated assistance, right? So all of these requests for data, whether it's at the school level, the district level, the school level, or the student level, ultimately the practitioners need access to all of those, and it's just where are they finding it and for what purpose? Is it on the dashboard versus not on the dashboard and eligible in DataQuest or accessible in DataQuest, for example? So I second that conversation for the deeper dive.
All right. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Thank you, Allison and Aida. You actually both touched on what I was going to say, so I won't be redundant, but thank you again. I want to express my gratitude to Cindy and her team for this thorough presentation. And I think I also want to say for your exceptional leadership in ensuring that all the stakeholders have ample opportunities to give input in the decision-making process for this item, which I know that was extent, and you spent the time doing that. I'm also, as we look forward to the future of science education, I'm thrilled to support the multi-year proposal for integration of science on the dashboard. These initiatives hold tremendous value in providing a comprehensive view of student achievement, empowering teachers and students alike to excel in the STEM disciplines. So I'm really excited about that as a teacher in the classroom. I also want to always remind that the dashboard serves as a cornerstone for our educational framework, offering invaluable insights for continuous improvement. In its role in guiding our enhancement efforts cannot be overstated, as it promotes data-driven decision-making at every level of education. And lastly, by providing timely access to achievement data, we enable educators to tailor instruction to meet the unique needs of our ELLs, fostering their academic growth and language development. So moving forward, as we navigate the implementation of policy considerations related to the LTELS, a new acronym, in the 2024 dashboard, it is essential to prioritize ongoing engagement with stakeholders and communities to ensure a comprehensive and equitable approach to supporting the LTELS students statewide. So just a statement, really, rather than a question.
Thank you. And I guess I'll kind of round it up unless there are others, and we'll move on to the next item. But obviously this is very ambitious. As I've said before, it's amazing amount of both interest and work. And on the LP scores, it seems to me that we just did that like a year or two ago. And so it seems to me like we should wait and see, how it plays out before we change course. We used our usual standard setting approach. If there's a different approach that we decide is needed after we see what's happening, we can always consider that in the future. But on this point of having I think it may require a study session or something. We've talked before about the fact that we, had this idea of bringing state and federal together and then using the federal requirements. That puts us in a position where there's a theory of action about differentiated assistance that somehow, you identify, and then, the county offices would help people. But it's not clear that that's the most effective way to produce incremental improvement on every, indicator. And as we go to 14 groups, it could really be overwhelming to, use that federal apparatus as the way that we handle everything. We've also heard a lot of people saying the LCAP has stopped being a strategic plan, and it's, it's overwhelming. And it will be more overwhelming. So I just feel like it's a good time, and we've talked about this, Cindy. I know that you've got some good ideas on this too, to step back and say, okay, how do we want to proceed? What do we want in our federal system that the federal government has to design and approve for us, more or less? And what do we want in our state system? And then how do we want to approach making data available? The big thing that is wonderful about this is that how much data people want and all the ways in which they want it to be able to really be thoughtful and strategic and equity oriented. And then how do we think about what system, each of these elements should fit in. So with your blessing and assistance, we'd love to have that deeper conversation, I think. The other thing I'm thinking about is that there's a question about if you're not in the red, you won't get support. But we do have a whole system of support that is working on all of these issues, aside from differentiated assistance designations. And so we need to think about that too. Like what is the best way to support schools and systems in various elements of our system of support. So brava to all the people who contributed to this. We're very appreciative, and we'll look forward to seeing more of you on all these deeper questions. Thank you so much, Cindy.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Yep. And with that, since we don't need to have a vote on that, we're going to move to item 4. As I noted, our dear friend Pete Callis has to get over to the legislature at some point soon. And we're going to see whether we then come back to item 3 before lunch or after lunch. We'll sort of see how that goes. And item 4, hi Pete, nice to see you, is approval of the Unified Strategic Workforce Development Plan for 2024 to 2027. And the CDE recommends that we approve it. And I'm going to let Pete explain why.
I'll have my experts explain why.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you. Pete Callis, Division Director for the Career and College Transition Division. Thank you for having us here
A
today.
little quiet, so I don't know if your mic is on or...
It's on, right?
Okay, there you go. Just get closer. I know.
Okay. So I have my experts here from my adult ed office. Dr. Carolyn Zachary is going to come up and walk you through the update of the plan. So, Carolyn?
Good morning. I know that we are the item before lunch, so we're going to try and make this brief for you, or before item number 3. So we'll try and make this quick for you. Here we go. So the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act requires that we develop a state plan every 4 years. And in between those 4 years, we have to do modifications. And so the state plan is really what it says. It's a plan for how adult education, which is, we owe it Title II, adult education and family literacy, as well as our title partners, Title I and III, which happen to fall into workforce development, Title IV, which is rehabilitation, resources for individuals. We all work together to develop the plan for moving forward and how we're going to use our WIOA funds collaboratively as we work to better the citizens of California, right? So we can help them get into jobs, get education, get training, and move forward with their goals. As I said, we are made up of 4 titles. We really only have to think about Title I in my office. That's our main focus. But we work very hard to collaborate with our other title partners, whether it's here at the state level or the encouragement at the local level for our local agencies to collaborate with their local workforce development boards and their local departments of rehabilitation. How do I get that off of there? Here we go. Yeah, I'm using them. There we go. All right. So our current plan, which is ending here soon, is a plan that you approved, and you also approved the modifications to that plan that we made 2 years ago. So now as we're moving forward with the new plan, we haven't made any policy shifts, any big changes. What we did was we looked at items that we said in the plan we were going to do that we've accomplished, and we celebrated those. We also took out some of the language related to COVID, since we're not really in that moment right now dealing with COVID. We're seeing a bounce back, and I'll chat about that in just a moment. In the plan, it lays out the state vision, and that state vision is really the collaboration between all of our title partners together, and you can see that it's really focused on workforce development and how we're moving individuals into a high road workforce system, which leads to family sustaining wages. There are 4 policy objectives, or 3 policy objectives within that. Those are looking for demand-driven skills attainment for individuals, also looking at the upward mobility for all Californians, and then aligning, as I talked quite a lot about, aligning and coordinating and integrating our programs and services together among our partners, again, at the state level and locally. Then outlined, right, so we go from the vision, then we move down to the next level, and now we're down to strategies. And we've outlined 7 strategies in this plan. Again, this is the larger plan for all of our title partners together. So aligning workforce and education programs. Just going to read these very briefly. Looking at career pathways. How are we helping individuals move on to a career pathway that might lead them on and off the pathway as they go and attain more skills? Looking at those regional partnerships. Our state funding for adult education is centered around regional partnerships within the 71 community college districts. Encouraging individuals to think about earning and learning at the same time. So working and going back, upskilling, moving into better jobs. Ensuring that we have supportive services for individuals. That could be transportation, bus passes, finding ways to support childcare so that individuals can go to training, so they can upskill or get a job. And then looking really at some cross-data capacity that we have. And of course, back to this whole idea of this integrated service delivery, how are we helping individuals at that local level with all of these services, sort of in a wraparound idea. I do want to share with you very briefly that our WIOA Title II numbers, since COVID, we've really seen a steady increase. We're about at almost 400,000 students last year. What we're hearing now from our subgrantees is that our students that are were the first to leave us, our very low literacy students, are now coming back in droves. And so this is very encouraging. I'm hearing from our agencies that many of them are at pre-pandemic enrollment levels. So we're very excited about all of that. So with all of that said, we would encourage you to approve the state plan. And I also do have Dr. Katamaraju with us here. He's the Deputy Director from the California Workforce Development Board, who could also answer any questions based on the larger plan itself. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and put up the public comment slide if we can and get people to queue up. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code shown on this slide. And while we are waiting, I want to ask Member Rodriguez and Member McQuillan as our liaisons if they have any comments. Member Rodriguez?
No, I don't have any comments, but I think Member McQuillan does. Thank you.
Okay, Member McQuillan.
Well, I just want to thank the staff for all the work on this plan. It's really important for us to, approve this plan. As you can see, it brings in nearly $1 billion to help our students this way, and it does focus on some of our most vulnerable population of folks who are working to become more employable, who are working on their English language skills as adults, and it's really important that we help this program and continue to make improvements any way we can. So, thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions before we go to public comment? Seeing none, we'll see if there's anybody in the room or on the phone who wants to make comment.
We do not have anyone in the room.
And there are no callers in the queue.
All right. So we can open up for any board discussion. And seeing none, I will take, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
I just have a very quick comment. Thank you for this presentation. I have a soft place in my heart for adult ed. My father was a longtime adult ed student. And I noticed that in the plan, there's sub-grantees, like the Department of Corrections, Rehabilitation, and two others. I also wonder, or would just like to recommend that I think from a K-12, pre-K-12 perspective, adult ed plays a huge role when some of the programs are offered on elementary or middle school campuses, when the parents can be involved and the families and caregivers, and would encourage the department to also work with the community schools effort, because I think a lot of the adult ed programs can help our schools that are grantees in the community school grant program to further flesh out their engagement and supports for families.
I may just say that we are presenting tomorrow at the All Titles Conference on just that, and I'm partnering with our community schools office.
Terrific. Member McQuillan, I think, may want to get back in the conversation.
Thank you. I agree with the comment just made. I think, again, thinking of our most vulnerable population and adults, that I know in our county, if there are dropouts, that many of the young adults go into adult ed and keep on, pursuing, and we want to do everything we can to support the students to continue. And then some of the vendors in this program have been long-term vendors, and going forward in the future, I would like to hear more how those plans are updated with those vendors, and because some of them have been vendors for a long time, and making sure that they're staying on top of their plan. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments? If not, I'll take a motion. Member Rodriguez?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation.
And is there, thank you very much. Member Orozco Gonzalez. Any further discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? You have to take roll? We're going to do a roll call because Jim is on the.
Member Iapin.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
President Glover Woods. Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. And because we were so expeditious in approving that wonderful plan, we are going to go to item 3 and get that done before lunch. Thanks, Pete and team. Cheryl. So item 3 is developing an integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system. Update regarding the feasibility of adding a subset of standardized questions for reporting results in the local indicators self-reflection tool for priority 6, school climate. And we're going to have this presented by Josh Strong. CDE recommends that we approve the receipt of the considerations for developing the set of standardized school climate survey questions. Josh, take it away.
Thank you. Let's see. Good morning still. President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. So I'm Joshua Strong, Administrator of the Local Agency System Support Office, here on behalf of William McGee, Director of the Student Achievement and Support Division, who, along with a number of folks from our division, are down at the All Titles Conference since we are planning and running the whole thing. So just to provide you with a little bit of background on this, back in January of 2023, the State Board of Education received an update regarding the local indicator self-reflection tool for priority 6, and specifically had information provided to them by the Center for School Climate at West Ed in terms of how the center is working with local educational agencies or LEAs on the implementation of school climate surveys and how to use those for improvement. As part of the feedback that you all received in that particular meeting, there were 3 particular items that were brought forth in terms of recommendations for improvements related to the self-reflection tool. The first of those was the frequency of survey administration. The second of those was the needs to look at disaggregation of student groups. And then there was a third need around exploring the implementation of a standardized set of survey questions to be used by all LEAs as it relates to school climate surveys, and in particular around the areas of school safety and connectedness. Based on that, part of the recommendation that was provided by the board was to go ahead and move forward in revising the Priority 6 Local Indicator Self-Reflection Tool, and then secondarily to work with the Region 15 Comprehensive Center at West Ed in order to explore the feasibility of adding a subset of standardized survey questions to school climate surveys. Then in March of 2023, the department did bring back to the board the school climate, the Priority 6 self-reflection tool for school climate. That was revised to include the disaggregation of the reporting of disaggregated student data, but also to require that that survey be done on an annual basis instead of an every 2-year basis. So the board has effectively dealt with the first 2 of those recommendations. So in terms of addressing this third request, following the receipt of that request from the board, what we did is partner with the Region 15 Comprehensive Center at West Ed in this work, and they began by looking at a number of surveys, in particular the California Healthy Kids Survey, Panorama, and Youth Truth surveys, all of which make their survey questions publicly available and allow the Region 15 Comprehensive Center to begin looking and doing a comparison into the sorts of questions that were being asked throughout these various surveys. The comparison really examined the core constructs of those, meaning the main body of questions that are asked, as well as looking at the core student survey items, the questions that are involved in these surveys. And so specifics related to this are provided in pages 2 and 3 of the attachment, which is the report that the Region 15 Comprehensive Center has put together on this issue. But just to go through, this table is from that report. But you can see, for example, that in the area of school connectedness, California Healthy Kids asked 5 items that's centered around, do you feel that you are part of this school? And that was ranked on a 4-point scale, ranging between no, never, and yes, all the time. By comparison, the Panorama survey asked the question overall, how much do you feel like you belong to your school? And asked for a 5-point rating scale that ranges from do not belong at all to completely belonging. And Youth Truth asks, or sets a statement, I really feel like I'm part of my school's community, and then asks for a 5-point response ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. Similarly, in terms of school safety items, Healthy Kids has 1 broad item and then 20 items related to bullying and violence, and asks questions such as how safe do you feel at school, how safe do you feel when you're at school, ranging with a 5-point response scale ranging from very unsafe to very safe. Panorama asks 6 items such as how often do you worry about violence at your school, which asks for a 5-point response ranging from almost never to almost always. And Youth Truth has 5 items, one of which is I feel safe during school, and has a 5-point scale asking students to respond whether they strongly disagree, ranging to strongly agree. And you can see that there are similarities between the various questions. However, in terms of the way in which they're asked, in terms of the level of response that's being asked for, there's only a marginal comparison or alignment between those particular surveys. And these, while there are 3 of the major surveys, these aren't fully representative of all of the surveys that are being used throughout the state. So after doing this analysis, the department, along with state board staff and the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, designed 2 focus group meetings, one of which was for vendors, school survey vendors, and the other was for LEAs and student advocacy groups that are familiar with current school climate survey requirements. Those at the meetings, the basic structure of both of those meetings was that the participants were provided with information on the background and the comparability issues that had been identified by the Region 15 Comprehensive Center. And then they were presented and asked to discuss various options related to how to move forward or if to move forward with the school climate, what would be the challenges in doing this work. So in terms of the vendor meeting, which occurred on September 21st, there were 11 participants. They represented 6 organizations that were involved in survey development, in addition to staff from the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, CDE, and SBE staff. And the vendors really discussed the options for gathering comparable survey data and information, that providing recommendations on standardization as well. The vendors expressed that there was a need to provide the districts with support related to survey data use, and all of them expressed that there was a concern about creating and adding and removing survey items, because that does a lot to disrupt the level of analysis that can go into the data. Anytime that there's survey questions that are changed or things that are edited within the survey, such as increasing or decreasing the response options, there is an impact on being able to compare results from one year to another. So in terms of being able to look at longitudinal data trends between an LEA, or even in terms of the vendors themselves as they participate in national data studies and comparisons across national data, there's an impact to that work that's comes from making changes to the surveys. Then at the LEA and Student Advocacy Group meeting, which occurred on October 17th, we had 11 participants, 10 from LEA and Student Advocacy Groups, or that represented 10 LEA and Student Advocacy Groups. After providing them with the background and comparability issues, we asked them to engage in some small group discussion. The majority of those groups expressed that there was a desire to look at additional data. There were some concerns related to being able to continue to do longitudinal data studies, but then the overall feeling there was to add in additional questions that would be standardized across the surveys, keep the original questions, even if some of them are duplicative. So based off of these 2 meetings, we were concerned that there weren't a whole lot, there wasn't really a voice from LEAs, throughout the system. And so in order to address that, we asked the Region 15 Comprehensive Center to put together an informational video that walked through the background, the comparability issues, that asked the respondents, asked the folks looking at the video to provide feedback via survey. And so we partnered with a number of agencies and professional organizations in order to push this out to their constituents. The Small School Districts Association of California, the Association of California School Administrators, and the California Charter School Association were instrumental in helping us get this out. And so we sent this out in November, asked for responses back by early December, and we had a total of 334 individuals that responded to the surveys. Based on that, most of the respondents expressed that there was a support in looking at comparable items, in being able to look at data between different LEAs. But 65% of the respondents there selecting that of the 4 options that were presented, their preference was to add a state survey module to each of the current school climate surveys and remove duplicative items from each of the current surveys. Obviously, you can see that there's some incongruity between focus groups and vendors and the LEAs related to that. So in terms of conclusions, our findings are that in terms of the options that were provided to LEAs around this work, the most popular solution that came out of it was incorporating a standard set of state items and removing duplicative items. There was a suggestion that vendors be required to remove duplicative items since they're in the best situation to be able to identify what those are. But then we also asked the Region 15 Comprehensive Center to really go a little bit more in depth in the report in explaining what would go into developing that school survey, that set of survey questions. It should be, pointed out, or it's important to note that as part of this process, we didn't ask LEAs whether or not there was value in having standardized survey questions in there, and we didn't ask LEAs if they were on board with that or not. It was simply, if we decided to have standardized school climate surveys, what do you think the best way to approach them is? And so in terms of the analysis related to this recommendation, if there is a desire to move forward with this, obviously there's going to need to be a robust and rigorous process that goes into developing these standardized survey questions and how that's developed. In terms of what that development looks like, there's some pieces of the process that can be truncated based upon the work that's already been done by school survey climate vendors in general, but the majority of the work that would need to go into developing the standardized survey questions would still need to take place in order to have a valid and reliable survey that would allow for disaggregated student level data to be reported in a meaningful way within the Priority 6 local indicator self-reflection tool. In terms of what is being proposed by the Region 15 Comprehensive Center and the process that's there, that would be a process that would take probably a number of years and would cost anywhere from several $100,000 on the low end to closer to $1 million on the high end, depending on what was being considered to go into those survey responses. So with that, I'll go ahead and pause and see if there are any questions. As President Darling Hammond has already said, our recommendation is simply related to the receipt of that report, which is provided as attachment 1, related to this work that's gone on.
Thank you so much. And let's put up the public comment slide, if you don't mind, so that we can get people queued up for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item can call the telephone number and use the access code on that slide. And while we're waiting, I'm going to ask Vice President Glover Woods as our liaison if she has any initial comments before me, and then we'll see if we have clarifying questions before we go to public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, President Darling Hammond, and thank you, Josh, for the presentation. I think one of the key things that Josh said towards the end of his presentation related to what was asked in the survey of the LEAs. And one of the key pieces that I honed in on from your comment was the question of, do you find value in having a set of questions, standardized set of questions, or even if you want to have that as an addition, was not something that was necessarily asked. Based on what we have heard, and also based on what we know of survey development, it would seem that if anything were to be considered from this report, it would require having a standardized set of questions that would be administered in addition to whatever survey instrument is being administered within the field. Would that be accurate, Josh? And so as we go into our discussion, of course, I have a very strong opinion about adding additional things to the field, and an even stronger opinion when it carries a price tag. I think we have to ask ourselves what would be the purpose if we wanted to do something like that, and what we would do with that information. But I'll kind of pause there because I think I've kind of gone beyond initial comments to other comments.
Fine, and I think that my comments were similar, that we haven't had the policy discussion of what would we do with the data. And so I think that's a conversation we would need to have. And knowing a lot about the construction of surveys, you know, those items that are worded in a particular way have been piloted and validated quite often. There's a set of survey items that together represent a construct. So just plucking out items and saying we're taking, you know, we're messing up your scale, or we're, you know, would be problematic, you know, for the surveys. So we'd probably be in the position of having to have duplicative items, because you know, changing the wording actually can change the construct and so on. So I really appreciate the report. I think, you know, what we will want to do is figure out if we have a strong policy use that we want to propose, then what would be the appropriate way then to pursue that policy use. And with that, I think we want to maybe see if there's any clarifying questions and go to public comment and then come back for discussion.
Clarifying question. So based on what the recommendation is for this agenda item, and that's just to receive the report, and based on what you just said, President, so if we approve the report today, what you just talked about, or receipt of the report today, and you just talked about we need to explore what the policy part of all of this is that the next step in a subsequent meeting? Or what actually happens after we receive? Right.
I mean, we could take some time. We stand between ourselves and lunch, but we certainly can take some time to talk about whether we want to propose a strong policy use for this, and then we can decide if we want to go forward with you know, more exploration or not.
I am not going to be the one to stand in front of them. I just wanted to be clear. Like,
no. Yeah, once we receive the report, we have to decide whether we're going to take additional steps around, you know, implementation of that. We don't have to do all of that today, so we can always have that come back on another agenda.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other clarifying questions? I think that question was, how long is it going to be between us and lunch? Let's be sure that we have opportunity for I see Jim up on the screen. Jim, are you trying to get in?
I don't want to get between lunch either, but you know,
please.
You know, I'd like to come back to this item again. I think we want to avoid duplication in adding another survey to people. I think of the Healthy Kids survey that sounds very similar to this, but also there are safety issues out in the schools. There, you know, do we have enough information on those issues of safety? So that's a question that comes to my mind.
That's a very good point, and we'll come right back to that after we see public comment. Do we have?
We have 3 people signed up for public comment: Regina Chagoya, Lindsay Tornatore, and Leangela Reed.
Good morning, afternoon, pre-lunchtime. My name is Regina Chagoya. I'm a Vice President of K-12 Northern California for the California Federation of Teachers. Steve McDougall sends his regrets as he has another engagement at the other part of the state of California. CFT, California Federation of Teachers, agrees and appreciates that the SBE is considering adding to the local indicator self-reflection tool for Priority 6, includes school climate related to students' sense of safety and school correctedness. CFT understands that when students' basic needs are not met and are not feeling a sense of safety and security while at school, they simply cannot focus on learning, and LEAs must address these concerns head-on in order for students to achieve. And thank you for the consideration.
Good morning, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. I want to elevate some of the key messages that we included in our letter that we submitted, which are currently LEAs utilize a wide variety of valid and reliable tools to evaluate their school climate. And while these tools may be diverse in their approach, they do all aim to provide LEAs with the information needed to ensure their students feel safe and connected to their schools. We also appreciate the recent state board action of annual assessment, disaggregation of data, and therefore we wonder if creating a standardized set of items is necessary at this time. Additionally, we are concerned that a standardized set of questions could lead to a standardized tool, and we have observed how one-size-fits-all approach does not work for California's diversity. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I'd like to thank Josh for working with the members of SSDA to get the information. They really felt that providing their insight was valuable, and hopefully it was helpful to the process. I want to echo the comments from my wise colleague from the County Superintendents Association. We echo their positions, and I do want to strengthen the point about that. At this point, we don't feel that the standardized set of questions is necessary, because if anyone knows one size doesn't fit all, it's smalls. And so we would we like the ability to gather the information that fits our students, and common areas I think is more important than the same questions. Thank you.
And it looks like we have 6 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits. 8744. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Dr. Darling, Hammond, and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. As seen in the survey results, ACSA believes that it is important for LEAs to retain local control over their survey instruments that are in use so that they can decide what is best for their communities. If standardized questions were to be implemented, it is important to include the input practitioners who administer these surveys and interact directly with students and families to ensure that the questions are crafted to be culturally sensitive, avoiding any potential bias or unfamiliarity that might alienate certain student groups. Additionally, we would also ask the state to remain cognizant that there is a cost to utilize the survey instruments and the adjustments made to them. This includes adding additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8323. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Myra Martinez with the Community Schools Learning Exchange. We have been working directly with 2 of the 8 regional technical assistance centers for the California Community Schools Grant Program, as well as several LEAs across the state to support community school implementation. Our comments are from this on-the-ground vantage point. We are enthusiastic about the process of developing a set of standardized school climate survey questions to ensure consistency and a shared understanding of what we mean when we say school climate. The standardization contributes to building the evidence and practice for what practitioners need to measure the development and impact of community school strategies. We strongly recommend that the CDE and the board continue to engage diverse interest holders in refining these standards so that they accurately reflect the experiences of students, staff, and community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 9260. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Angelica Salazar for Public Advocates from the LCSS Equity Coalition. We appreciate the updates regarding the school climate self-reflection tool. We also urge the board to do the following. First, instruct LEAs to use surveys that include student demographic questions and require reporting of disaggregated data, or we risk not meaningfully tracking and addressing opportunity gaps. Second, report this disaggregated data at the school level on the dashboard to help educators and stakeholders understand and improve school conditions based on equity. As with the dashboard priority 1 teacher indicator, we urge you to rethink the past practice of only reporting local indicators at the LEA level. This information should be accessible to local communities when reliable school level data exists. Schools within the same district often offer very different experiences to students. Lastly, we request that you explore how the Priority 6 survey could be deployed more immediately, given the fiscal burden of commissioning an entire psychometric assessment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 1385. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California. I'm not trying to get between you and lunch, but do want to elevate that our teachers believe that this is a really important step that the state board can take to have consistent objective data on school climate on the dashboard. The state board has made clear signals that connected, safe school climate is a huge driver to student success. And by having some objective, consistent data on the dashboard, it will allow us to focus on those LEAs who are struggling in a much more meaningful way and provide data and consistent data across the state to have more meaningful engagement with local partners. And so we would urge the state board to continue this process, recognizing we're not trying to get in the way of local surveys or local context, but just simply have more consistent data that will allow better oversight and consistent conversation at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, this is Robert Manwaring. I want to align my comments with the Equity Coalition and Teach Plus. Children Now, we believe that school surveys are a critical tool. Safety and security is a precursor to learning. What standardized questions get you that aren't currently happening is one, an understanding of comparability of how your school compares to other schools, and that provides context for local communities to understand how their schools are doing relative to other schools, similar with districts. And the other thing is a comprehensive understanding. Right now, the state doesn't have a comprehensive understanding of how many kids feel safe, how many kids feel connected to adults. We think that there's a critical step that can be taken here through a comprehensive survey that has at least some standardized questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4848. You are now live. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Crystal Jones. I am a parent advocate and also a Learning Center director, advocating on behalf of this survey. Wanted to ask if you're taking out certain questions and including others, how is this impacting families and communities and being equitable in regards to finding out the needs of the families and the ones attending the school districts? I agree with the previous caller, admitting that it needs to be a comprehensive plan, and as well as a small schools association representative, stating that it needs to be common focus and collaborative and not several different surveys with a common ground that uplifts the needs and the equity for the safety and academic needs of all children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 3.
All right. I think we're ready to open up for board discussion. And I see Member Orozco Gonzalez, several other folks, so we'll get going. One of the other things that I am thinking about as I listen to the callers is that if we were to decide that we wanted to have standardized questions, we need to think about the multiple options for what would be done with those. So a couple of callers said something about putting it on the dashboard. Does that mean it's on the dashboard for accountability or for information, or is there some other kind of annual reporting, or does it go in the SARC, or, there's a lot of different options for reporting. Then there's others who are saying, the diversity that exists in the surveys that are used is, relevant to those districts and what they do. So, we need to kind of be thinking about this in a sort of yes or no, not just in a yes or no fashion, but in a what is the utility and plan for it. There's nobody more interested in ensuring a positive school climate than I am, but I also know from the literature that sometimes there are concerns about schools pressuring kids to game the data, or, that once it becomes used for accountability, that you have other considerations that you have to take into account. So my own sense of both interest and caution is that we might need deeper study of some of these questions as we get towards an answer to it. Member Orozco Gonzalez, you were first with your hand up.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond, for your statement. It actually goes along with what I was kind of thinking around. I just wrote, while I support the exploration of adding standardized questions to school climate surveys, I urge caution in moving forward with this initiative. The necessity of standardized set of questions at this time warrants further consideration, especially considering the diverse needs and contexts of our California schools. In listening to our public comments, I share concerns regarding the potential for a standardized set of questions to lead to a one-size-fits-all approach, which may not adequately capture the nuances of California's educational landscape. So I advocate to prioritize flexibility in allowing LEAs to select and tailor school climate survey tools and best align with their local context and priorities. This approach will empower LEAs to effectively address the specific needs of their communities while promoting equity and inclusivity in our educational system.
And I saw Member Escobedo, and was it Member Lewis? Did you also have your hand up? Vice President Glover Woods, did I miss anybody? You're staring at me. Did you want your hand up, Elsa? Member Rodriguez, Member Patillo Brownson. I think Member Yoshimoto Tari wants to say something too. You can just beam it over here. Go ahead, Member Escobedo.
I think one of the things you highlight is purpose of the survey. And I do believe there is a purpose for standardized questions, but perhaps not in this state survey. And maybe within the differentiated support, finding causality or of why certain students may feel a certain way is really critical. One of the things that I've always reflected when I look at the dashboard, African American students and foster youth are usually in red, right? In the area of school suspensions. And so I'm just wondering if these surveys can be targeted depending on the issues that are happening on the local level so that districts or schools can find resolutions to these persistent problems that continue from year to year. So I think overall purpose is critical, getting the right data to have the right solutions for the problems that you have from a local context, I think is very critical. Maybe not on the state level, but definitely at a local level as schools or districts are reviewing ways to become better.
And you're raising a couple of points which I just want to raise up for us so that we can kind of keep tabs on the thinking. One is that it may be that you want to be sure that the local surveys have certain things on them. It's one of the ways you're thinking about it. The other is that you may want to target the questions to certain problems. So connectedness and belonging are good constructs, but they don't get at the question of, as some surveys do, is the discipline system fair? Do I feel like I've learned conflict resolution skills? There are other things that would target particular issues or problems that we see. So that's something to be thinking about as well, is like where and what is the focus, yeah. Member Lewis.
And I'm not going to repeat a lot of both of what Member Orozco Gonzalez and Member Escobedo has just said, but I do agree with, having been someone who was responsible for administering school climate surveys, both at the local level and then the Healthy Kids survey. I think knowing the purpose of that, as Member Escobedo said, is very important, and then how you use that data. And I know it's very valuable at a local level because your survey questions are really targeted to what you see in the discipline data, what you see in the office referrals to the dean's office. All of those things went into us working with a survey company to have their standardized survey and then our questions that were specifically tailored to our district and our schools. So I think allowing districts and schools to have the flexibility, I'm still not, I would need more information, more discussion around how valuable this would be. I mean, on the dashboard, I guess you could look and see if this particular district is doing very well in school connectedness and we're not. Maybe it's sharing of best practices, maybe a similar schools list or something like we used to have, and maybe being able to see their best practices and communicating with them. I'm not sure that I would be at a level of accountability because there's so many nuances and specific issues that accompany different districts. And I think whatever we do, there should be
flexibility and keep the focus on the local level and not so much the state level. Because even in our district, after we received the surveys, I think, I mean, you had students on here, but I think the student voice is so important because I know a lot of districts have school climate teams that have students, they have administrators, they have all your support, other support staff on those teams. So they look at that data, you know, that comes from how we survey twice a year. So you look at that data and then you implement a plan and then you kind of give the kids a survey later on in the year to see how are we improving on these things. So all I'm saying is I think it's very important at the site level, and so maybe direction more focused on and support on sites to local districts to develop surveys that are pertinent to them. I'm not sure I'm sold on how it or really have a deep desire for it to be a state level data on a dashboard or something of that nature. I think it should be encouraging sites to give the surveys, giving them the financial support. I know we don't deal in financials, but whatever is needed to be able to implement the surveys, give them at the time that, because it is the reflection tool, right? So everybody has to do it. But I think having those questions specific to what they see that their needs are important. And if we move towards, the move is towards adding standardized questions, then I think a review of what's duplicated is warranted, but there may be a certain reason why a question with school safety is worded a certain way at the school based on what they've seen happening. So that makes sense.
Yeah. So part of what you're describing is, I think, what we hoped would be a strategy at the local level to have that reflection tool, to do the survey at least annually, to look at it carefully. Whether that will get to all the things you are thinking about is, you know, a question we can figure out more about as it takes hold in the system. But that is that's in line with what I think we just attempted. Yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. Just a couple of thoughts to add on, and hopefully not to be duplicative as well. As we think about the surveys that have been administered to date, I think one of the key pieces is that LEAs need to continue to administer the surveys because they're looking at trends over time. And the question that just keeps poking me in the head is, at a state level, what would we do with the data? And what we would do with the data worth everything that it would take to put in a standardized set of questions? Now, again, just like everybody else at the dais, I'm in full support and definitely want for students to feel well connected at school, safe at school, and for schools to be places that affirm them and have an asset focus on their development. I wonder, and I really do believe that a lot of that needs to be done at the local level. I think we did two very key things as we were working on this item over time. One, which was ensure that the frequency for which these tools are administered happen more often. And the second was the disaggregating of the data to be sure that we're not just looking at students as a whole, but that we're looking at how the results play out across various student groups. That is critical. And if we are wanting to get an idea of what trends might be on a statewide level, I'm not quite sure the amount of work this would take to do, but I would encourage us first to perhaps look at the tool that districts and LEAs are already completing and see how we can summarize their responses to that tool to give us a summary of what might be happening statewide, if that is even something that could be done. So before jumping into creating more questions and more surveys that have to be administered at an LEA level, perhaps that might be something we could look at if we feel that this is data that is important to have. And again, I kind of throw out, what will we do with the information once we have it?
And just so I'm clear, the proposal that you were suggesting was looking at the items that are already on the surveys in those categories, like belongingness, connectedness.
Actually, I'll clarify it a little bit, President Darling-Hammond. It's really looking at the self-reflection tool Every LEA has to complete that self-reflection tool. It has those prompts that are already required to be completed as they upload. So because at a state level we have access to everyone's self-reflection tool on this area, I'm wondering, is there a way to find out maybe what trends might be statewide using technology or any other pieces to give us information if we want to have more of a statewide view of what those responses are in those areas?
And that may relate a little bit to what Member Escobedo was suggesting that county offices might do in a differentiated assistance role. Yeah. See, I think we have Member Rodriguez, Member Patillo-Bronson. Member Iapon. Go ahead.
So very quickly, just to not also repeat everything that's been said, which I agree with, I was thinking as you were showing the questions on the surveys about the power of a survey that students would have input on as to what they would be asked. Because like some of those questions, knowing my students, they would just go 1, 5, right? Sometimes maybe they don't take them seriously, but if it's something that they want to tell us, that, you know, that is the student voice. So something that we would do, I would love to have students participate in creation of a survey.
Okay, Member Patillo-Bronson and then Member Iapon.
So I wanted to first just affirm appreciation for those first two pieces that are already moving around the annual frequency and disaggregated data. I think the rationale for why we would collect this data that most resonated is the idea that if you have state level data, you can make cross comparisons, right? You can determine whether some blip on a survey that is particularly high is really something that's unique to a geography, or if it's an addressable harm that can be prevented. And I don't think we should shy away from having data that can help us see that. I think within the advocacy realm, it's a really common tool, for example, to do a tale of two cities within a county, right? Like where you take the data of a high performer and a low performer, and what it illustrates, and I think creates a really strong case for, is why school leaders can do something differently, and doesn't enable a space to look away when you're looking at same tracks of data. And I think that's very powerful, and I'm hearing and I'm sympathetic to how clunky, burdensome, potentially duplicative some of this can be. And yet, I think particularly as many of the statewide data suggests that levels of mental health in particular for youth are off the charts in ways that they have not been for quite some time, around suicidal ideation, around feelings of not having a reliable adult to go to, much less all of the school suspension and expulsion data. I think it is a cumbersome process ahead, but I actually think it's worth looking into. The sort of third way proposals that I think were floated earlier, I really like Francisco's idea of almost there being a trigger where when you see data that suggests that there's something wrong, that maybe you then have a more cumbersome level of data collection. Or the other idea is almost trying to think about how to cluster domains of similar questions. The chart that you had in the slideshow of this is really 3 formulations of a very similar question. If there's a way to do a crosswalk and roll up so that LEAs can actually still compare themselves to other LEAs with similar, like this is the heading about isolation, this is the heading about whether kids have one trusted adult who they can go to. Those are crosswalks that I recognize are clunky, but I think are worth pursuing, given just the magnitude of what mental health needs are popping up on all of the surveys.
Your comment makes me think about the fact that there has been research done on some clusters of items, that actually are predictive of improvements in mental health status and, achievement and so on. And so I kind of think if we're going to move down this path, we'd want to do some analysis of what are the things that we'd want to ask or have people think about asking or diving deeper into that are associated with changes, either improvements or declines in mental health status, et cetera. There are, it's interesting, there's a set of practices that really pop out if you use the right kind of questions. Yes, Member Ayapan.
So I first wanted to echo the comments made by Member Rodriguez about student voice and survey creation. I think that could be really powerful. And I also just wanted to lift up the comments that were included in the report about survey fatigue, which is very real among students. And I think one of the most powerful thing about school climate surveys at the local level is that the way they're kind of pitched to students is you tell us how you truly feel and we can take action on it at a local level where you can see the results. So I think that's one of the most powerful aspects of the survey, and I think it's really important that we keep that local control over those surveys. And in terms of standardizing them, I would avoid duplicating questions, but I understand that question wording is something to consider, that a local LEA might choose to word a question specifically. So I think in my eyes, the idea of standardizing the questions, and if students aren't going to see the tangible benefits of standardizing those questions, I don't really think that it's that worth it, if that makes sense. I don't know if I should clarify or that's good? Okay.
Member Yoshimoto Tari and then Member Olkin. Or is it different order? Whatever. You all work it out.
All right, I'll go. First of all, thank you so much for those comments, Member Ayapan, because I think it's so much for any of us, and particularly for students where things are done at them and for them all the time, the more it's really clear what the purpose is and that it's going to make a difference, the more that influences how seriously it's taken. And so I really appreciate those comments. And that's certainly been my experience as a high school principal. And one of the things I was thinking about was this question of what's the policy purpose. So I was thinking about, I took a look at the dashboard, and to me, the thing I love about accountability in California and I love about our dashboard is very much our commitment to seeing schools and students and communities as multifaceted, and so understanding their success and their progress and their challenges requires a lot of different types of input. And so when I look at this section under climates, condition and climate, which, maybe it's not the most popular thing to say, but for me as a school leader, how kids felt on campus was as important as anything else for me. Like that they would leave school, their experience in my school made them feel powerful and capable and strong, felt like one of the most important things we could do. And if it seems like that would be measured under conditions and climate, or that's a reflection of conditions and climate. And currently the only measure that we have is suspension rate, which doesn't get at that, honestly, except for some small percentage of kids. And even safety doesn't necessarily get at that. Like if you think about suspension rate as some way of the inverse is how safe people feel. Anyway, so it's a not super helpful way of saying, in some ways, I would love to think more about this indicator. and if, oh, and one last thing about accountability is accountability shouldn't, I think, be just about showing who needs help, but also it's an indication of, it's like when somebody looks at the dashboard for a school or an LEA, they should have a sense of how that school is doing. Accountability can also be a celebration. And so in any case, and if the only measure we have under conditions and climate is suspension rate, I don't see how it really can be a celebration. So it makes me think about wanting to come back to this this indicator and think about the pros and cons of standardization. I'm typically anti-standardization for all the reasons that have been already spoken, but I also want to know how we can lift this up more. So anyway, sorry that's not super helpful, but thank you.
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Just an observation and a question. I think my first observation is I think that there's expressed in some of the letters, there's still stakeholder interest in exploring common surveys questions. From my perspective, I thought the positive in the way we were approaching it is that it wasn't one size fit all. We weren't going to ask every district to do the same set of questions, but we were just going to explore a small subset of questions, which to me isn't one size fits all. It's sort of a hybrid. So districts get to do their own thing, and then we have a sort of a overlay. And I'm wondering if we've explored all areas and if we've gotten enough feedback. Because I could potentially I think if we were to give teachers a link and then a second link to do another assessment, that could be very fatiguing and theoretically problematic. But for example, if, and I'm not suggesting this, but while students were taking the CASP, if there was a question or two or three that they were adding while they were already in front of the computer, I'm not sure if that would be as disruptive as a whole separate time to do something. So I'm just wondering if there's other ways we could explore. And then my last question is this something we're voting on today?
We're only voting to receive the report today. I think we are trying to figure out what our next steps might be beyond that. I think I'm hearing a few things that we could take up with the staff, which would be exploring if we were to have standardized questions, exploring the options of what we might do with them and then bringing that back to us, because I think there are separate, questions about if something were on the dashboard, what that means, if it were reported. We might just say we want to pilot something and see how it works and get an annual, get a report periodically that we can see the data. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways that one could approach this question before we make a decision to add something else to the dashboard and to the burden at the local level. So I think we need to accept this report and then ask the staff to come back and give us some options for next questions and steps that we could more thoroughly think about.
If I might, to your points, I think what I would then ask the staff to do would be to think about the investments that the state's made in community schools and in the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. Is two really major investments that are over time, and thinking about if data supports a small subset of data, given all of the other issues folks have raised, could help support evaluation of those programs or targeted interventions or collaboration across districts in a differentiated assistance model.
That's another option. And I think, what we want to do is get this set of options articulated, and then we can actually be thoughtful about, pursuing discussion about those. Because we've heard a lot of interesting and good ideas. But I think before we can make a decision, we need to know what the state use would be for that, or what the local use would be. So, Member Glover Woods, are you going to make a motion? Thank you.
That I am. Before I do, Josh, let me thank you and the department again for being responsive to our thoughts and ideas regarding this particular local indicator and just adjusting the prompts as you have in the past and also bringing this report forward. With that being said, I move that we accept the report that we have received today.
Second, is there a second? All right, we've got three of them. Tag, you're it. Member Lewis, thank you for the second. Any further discussion? All right, we're going to have a roll call vote.
Member Ialpin.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
With that, we're going to adjourn for lunch, and it is 12:46. We'll be back here at about 1:20. All right, welcome back. We are going to reconvene and take up the regular consent items 5 through 12. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on consent items 5 through 12 may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and the access code that is about to be provided on this slide. There we go. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are no speakers signed up.
Right, and we'll give it a moment of wait time to see if anyone comes on the phone. All right, is there anyone on the phone?
We do not have any callers in the queue.
Okay. Given that there's no public comment, I will ask for a motion on consent items 5 through 12. Thank you. Member Orozco Gonzalez, do I have a second? Thank you very much. Member Rodriguez. Brooks, can you call the roll?
Yes. Member Ialpin.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Aye.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Terrific. We're going to move on to item 13, which is an update to guidelines for piloting textbooks and instructional materials. Document name change to guidance for local instructional materials adoptions. The California Department of Education recommends that we approve the proposed revised document, providing guidance for reviewing and piloting instructional materials. And the item will be presented by Dr. Mike Torres of the CDE with an introduction from Cheryl Cotton. Hi, Cheryl.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. So, good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Thurman, Chief Deputy Nicely. I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction, overseeing our Instruction Measurement and Administration branch here at the California Department of Education. Next slide. The CDE and IQC, as President Darling Hammond stated, recommend the State Board approve the proposed revised document providing guidance for reviewing and piloting instructional materials titled The Guidance for Local Instructional Materials Adoptions, or GLIMA. I like that name. Makes it extra special. Yes. I am and Mike is going to talk at length about the GLIMA. You will. I am pleased to join Dr. Torres in discussing the timely and necessary update to the document titled The Guidelines for Piloting Textbooks and Instructional Materials that was created in 1989. That's the year I graduated from high school. So, this document has played a key role in informing educators about California legislation and regulations concerning instructional materials. The original document includes recommendations for determining what instructional materials to pilot, guidelines for piloting process, as well as additional considerations, including references to legislation and ed code. The guidance in this document is important and sound, and it has been referenced in most, if not all, content-specific instructional materials toolkits developed by the California County Superintendents. This document is also referenced multiple times on our CDE website. This document has been updated briefly throughout the years, mostly regarding legislation. As the years have passed, several key resources the document cited are no longer available. 1989. Importantly, the steps California educators have followed when reviewing instructional materials have changed over time as well. This is yet another reason why this guidance document needed to be updated to better reflect current practices. Local guidance for instructional materials adoption continues to be very important. The State Board recommends materials for grades K through 8 in various subjects. Since 2015, there have been adoptions in ELA, ELD, history, social science, science, world languages, and arts. There's also a mathematics adoption that's currently scheduled for 2025. Everyone's aware of that one, yes. There is, however, still a need for updated guidance for LEAs regarding the review and adoption process, including current education code and legislation. As you'll see in this presentation, the updated local guidance provides a depth of supports for many aspects of the process. This updated local guidance document provides guidance to LEAs looking to adopt curriculum for all grade levels, including transitional kindergarten and grades 9 through 12, as well as content areas that do not have State Board adopted curriculum list yet. The need for local guidance can also be highlighted by the current and past timelines for State Board materials adoptions. Math will be the next scheduled State Board adoption in 2025. The Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division often receives requests for guidance from LEAs when adopting materials for subjects that have not had a recent adoption. This local guidance will support the work of these LEAs. I do want to highlight, as we've been out and talking about the math framework in particular recently, we've received that, I think, in every venue that we've been in. Districts are asking, how do we do this? We're off schedule. We can't wait till 2025. What can we do? This is a much needed document. So I will now hand it over to Dr. Torres to go into more detail. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Deputy Superintendent Cotton, and hello, members of the board, Board President Linda Darling-Hammond, Executive Director Brooks Allen, and Chief Deputy Mary Nicely. I'm Mike Torres. I am the Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division here at the Department of Education, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission, which reviewed this document that you have before you today. It's my honor and privilege to be in front of you today to present this document that's titled The Guidance for Local Instructional Materials Adoption, which is a mouthful, and we do love GLIMA, and we love our acronyms, and so we add a little GLIMA to this meeting here. When I first started in the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, trying really hard not to say CFRD, back in 2021, one of my goals was to learn everything there is that we do about standards, curriculum frameworks, and instructional materials. And what do? You go at the website, what are the publicly facing documents? What are the pieces of guidance that we give out? And I actually looked at the predecessor, the guidelines for piloting textbooks and instructional materials, and I thought, wow, this is the guidance to provide statewide how to conduct a local instructional materials adoption, but it's 7 pages long. And it seemed a little bit light, and yes, it covered all the different pieces of ed code and all the different requirements within, but definitely, as I always believe, there's always room for improvement. So in the next few slides, I'll be providing to you an overview of the major sections of the updated document now called the GLIMA. You'll see that we took advantage of this opportunity to provide a robust update to include tools and activities that reflect current practices in evaluating and selecting standards-aligned instructional materials statewide. We'll then take an in-depth look at a few of the notable elements within the document that were added after extensive review by the Instructional Quality Commission, or IQC, and the different pieces of public comment that was received. And so in the introduction of the GLIMA, we established the overarching purpose, the scope, and ultimately the intended audience of the document. In the identifying instructional materials section, we then provide an overview of current State Board of Education standards-aligned instructional materials that are currently available for consideration at the local level. This section discusses the benefits, the huge benefits of adopting statewide State Board of Education adopted instructional materials, but also offers a little bit of guidance for school districts to consider when they're considering non-State Board of Education adopted materials. So the reviewing instructional materials section in the next section includes guidance and tools to assist school districts to identify what their local priorities are through the evaluation of things like their LCAPs and performance data, student groups needs within their district, and teacher and community input. It also includes support for the discussion and the deliberation process when selecting materials to continue to the piloting process in that next phase. That next phase is piloting instructional materials, and that section includes evaluation of the reviewed materials in an actual classroom setting, and it includes support and guidance for those best practices to follow in order throughout the process in order to include the considerations for gathering feedback from all interested parties, and that includes teachers, students, parents, and community members. The final decision of actually adopting instructional materials is significant. It's a significant milestone in that evaluation process, and the updated guidance that you have before you includes support for that decision-making process and achieving consensus, because we all know when we get a group of people in one room, there's always going to be varying thoughts and perspectives, and so the importance of finding consensus and the strategies to do so that we've learned as a state in conducting our statewide instructional materials adoptions. The initial implementation of instructional materials section then includes guidance for developing a well-thought-out implementation plan that includes professional development and progress monitoring. Just a quick anecdote, my very first year teaching was on an emergency credential at a continuation high school 100 miles from Sacramento from home, so I commuted every day in Mount Diablo, and I started the Friday before school started. That was my first day in the classroom, and they said, here's your textbook, and here's your room, and here's your key. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And so the instructional materials adoption process really shouldn't be, all right, we picked our books, here it is, let's update the website, and let's get going. Let's get going. So here we have our initial implementation of those instructional materials and the guidance, those best practices. Once those materials are now in place, what to do, progress monitoring, reflection, and checks. Moving on, near the end of the document, as we typically do, we do include some additional resources at the end of the document, as well as an appendix that includes the tools that are referenced throughout the document if users want to be able to go to those specifically and learn more information about the tools provided. So I do want to, so that's the overview of the document. I'm going to go and highlight a few of the key elements within the GLIMA throughout the rest of the presentation. But I want to start off by thanking Seaford staff for their very hard work in putting this document together. They took a 7-page document and really did add to it. They looked at what our external partners and our collaborators at the county offices of ed have done using that 7-page document and turning it into instructional materials kits and toolkits for specific content areas. And so staff then went to those and said, what are the best pieces out of those? And then started to then backwards fill. So it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. Started off with the piloting guidelines, the county offices created these toolkits, and now we're using those toolkits to kind of pull out what are those best practices and trying to memorialize that so everyone within the state can use that in a customizable format for use at their local level. So a few updates. The Instructional Quality Commission did meet in September of 2023 to review one of the first drafts of the GLMA. And we received a lot of great feedback from the commission. And truth be told, we wanted them to approve it. And they said, wait a minute, let's hold up. We have some feedback for you. And the public provided us with some feedback as well. So, and very grateful to receive all of that. Throughout the document, we added references to social content standards, additional content related to California Education Code, and new pertinent legislation and regulations related to instructional materials adoptions. For example, there's now a section in the GLMA that includes references to AB 1078, which is new and emphasizes a pupil's right to share ideas and beliefs and to receive information and knowledge under the California Constitution. So very important to recognize. You'll notice there are numerous additional links to resources for students to meet the needs of students with disabilities, to meet the needs of students who are English learners, students who are multilingual learners. And we'll discuss those additional supports in a little bit more detail, as well as elements of parent involvement and student involvement as we move through the presentation. We have incorporated additional links to currently available textbook adoption toolkits that I've hinted to earlier. We've added several new figures, numerous new tools that can be modified to better serve local priorities as school districts review and pilot their instructional materials for their needs. I'd like to highlight a few items just really quickly. I'm going to rattle these off, like Figure 3 on page 12, that provides a sample approach to summary tally sheets once reviewers are done reviewing the material, and to be able to go through and very quickly and effectively and efficiently kind of recognize where are the areas of that they need to discuss for consensus. Figure 4 on page 17 includes a really cool graphic and instructional materials decision tree, kind of like a choose your own adventure, if you will, of instructional materials adoption that shows the different paths that LEAs can take to select instructional materials. Figure 8 on page 24 focuses on the support present in instructional materials specifically for students with disabilities. And Figure 9 on page 26 is a tool designed to guide reviewers in considering the extent to which integrated and designated English language development strategies are present in the instructional materials that are up for consideration. Let's talk a little bit about parent and community involvement. We've all learned it's very important to make sure all of our interest holders are taken into consideration. In the next few slides, I'll talk about some additional changes that were made. The California Ed Code calls for the involvement of parents and other members of the community in the selection of instructional materials. And as a result of input from members of the IQC and the public, the document outlines now ways that parents and community members can participate through the instructional materials review process, through the piloting process, and through the instructional materials selection process at the local level. The document states that parents, students, retired teachers, content experts, and other members of the broader school community can be notified of meetings and let them know that, hey, this is happening, and invite them to participate in the process. Participants don't necessarily have to have the content area expertise. They can listen to the proceedings, provide commentary and feedback at various junctures throughout the instructional materials adoption process. As far as students with disabilities, it's another section that I'd like to underscore that the document does seek to meet the needs of students with disabilities. On the screen, you'll see just a couple of the many included resources. One of them is the California Department of Education's California Dyslexia Guidelines that provide practical resources for identifying and educating students who are struggling academically and struggling to read. The California Department of Education's Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities is included, which provides recommendations based on best practices that have been compiled and stored. Within this section, there's also a tool that reviewers can use when they are considering to what extent instructional materials include strategies and suggestions to support specifically students with disabilities. Here's a quick snapshot, a quick screenshot of Figure 8 from the GLMA. And this figure appears on page 24 if you'd like to take a look at that at your leisure. Like all other tools within the guidance for local instructional materials adoptions, we include examples such as the one you see here in column titled Priorities. These examples are provided for illustration purposes, and school districts and instructional material reviewers and panels can use the language that's included. They can modify it. They can add additional language based on their local priorities. So ultimately, customization is key, and that's the goal behind the GLIMA. Customize it for the content area, customize it for that specific local setting. Talking really quickly about English learners, we've added quite a few resources, both from the IQC and from public comment and some of our external partners to help LEAs really identify and record whether or not materials meet the needs of English learners. One of those is the CDE's English Language Development Standards webpage that has resources to support administrators, teachers, in designing, implementing, and enhancing an integrated and designated ELD instruction for English learner students. There's numerous additional resources mentioned in this section. I'll just mention a few more here, like the English Learner Roadmap, the Global California 2030 Initiative, and a website with guidelines for improving materials for multilingual learners are in this updated GLIMA. In this section, there's also tools that help LEAs consider to what extent those instructional materials meet the specific needs of our English learner population. One tool titled Rating How Instructional Programs Address Integrated English Language Development. I know it's a novel name. It can be found on page 28, but it does exactly what it's titled, right? It helps reviewers when they're specifically evaluating the extent to which each set of instructional materials programs addresses integrated ELD. And the sample here on this page includes 3 prompts and an introduction to this tool and the topic. This version of the tool is included in the appendix and contains 21 specific examples. I know there's only a few on that page, but there's 21 on the actual document that can be pointed to in the resource section. And again, just back to customization is key. So the goal, again, is to provide those tools to LEAs. Here's a snapshot of another figure that's very similarly named, so don't think that I accidentally put in the same graphic. And this is figure 9, and it's called Rating How Instructional Programs Support English Learners. Once again, we've included examples in the column titled Priorities. These sample priorities are, again, provided for illustration purposes only. So throughout this document, we discuss not just what educators can do, we also incorporate those suggestions for how they can complete specific tasks throughout the local instructional materials adoption process. They're all based on best practices that we've learned at the state level and from our instructional quality commissioners who are experts in instruction and curriculum, and our external partners whom we work very closely with and very value the collaboration with. This updated GLIMA is a reflection of substantial work, as I mentioned earlier, that was completed by the IQC, by the CFERD staff, and with input from members of the public who submitted actionable and very much appreciated public comment. So since the GLIMA was approved by the IQC in January to go before you for consideration, we've made a few more additional technical edits, and I just want to highlight those here on this slide. We conducted a thorough review to check the accuracy of all of the education code citations that are sprinkled throughout the GLIMA. Minor edits were made to ensure that the text aligns to education code language, specifically around conversations around standards alignment. For example, alignment meaning addressing standards either individually or addressing standards in groups of related standards or major conceptual ideas. Hint, hint, big ideas mathematics. We also updated references within the document to CSESA, one of our external partners who are now called the California County Superintendents. And so some of those updates were made, as well as the URL names for those links, for those very important resources that we're pointing to. And finally, minor language was added and edited to make sure that there's consistency across the document. Again, all 76 pages of the document, almost 10 times longer than the original. All these updates are intended to support LEAs as they prepare for and conduct their local review processes, and provides a range of tools and resources. Again, customization is key to meet the needs at the local level. Concluding here with our recommendation one more time, that the California Department of Education and the IQC recommend that the State Board of Education adopt this update to the guidance to California educators that are reviewing, piloting, and adopting instructional materials at the local level. At this point, I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and put the public comment slide up. We're open the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the participant access code on this slide. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Vice President Glover Woods and Member Lewis as our liaisons if they have any initial comments. Then I'll ask board members if they have any clarifying questions, and then we'll go to public comment. Vice President Glover Woods?
Thank you. Just wanted to thank Director Torres and the IQC commissioners for their work in bringing this document forward. Much needed, of course, in the field, and that could be used. And I appreciated the outline of for SBE adopted materials as well as non-SBE, because we do know we have things like ethnic studies and other areas that these guidelines might be helpful to the local field as they're looking at materials for students. So thank you very much.
Member Lewis?
Just to echo the sentiments of Vice President Glover Woods, and thank you for the presentation, the work that your staff did, and the CFER staff, and all of you who came and made presentations to the IQC, listened to their comments and suggestions. I will say that sitting in on those two meetings, they were very diligent and very meticulous in some of the edits that they wanted to make sure it was a very usable and valuable document to those who use it at the LEA. So thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Yes, Member Batillo Bronson.
So I'm just tracking this as we offer guidance, but also I'm noticing some kind of convention differences between different documents that come before us, in that some of our documents describe K through 12 and some of us describe TK through 12. And I recognize that TK is the first year of a 2-year kindergarten, and just wonder if that's something that we could either talk about more, or if there's a rationale for just defaulting to K, to know more about that.
Response? So thank you for that. But you are absolutely right. So TK is relatively new. And there are definitely some considerations for the instructional materials adoptions at the TK level. There are still a lot of moving parts within TK and the statewide instructional materials adoption process that still need to be hammered out.
Yeah. And one of the things that we, I think, may have noted when we were talking about the math framework is that the early childhood group, the preschool group, is trying to get the early childhood learning foundations worked out, and then a sort of a strand of expectations across the preschool through grade 3 continuum, et cetera. And so I think, to Mike's point, it's hard to know where to include TK without potentially bumping up against other activities that are being worked out now, and also risking developmentally inappropriate decision making. So Yeah, which no one wants, right, exactly. Any other clarifying questions? If not, we'll see if there's public comment.
There's no public comment in the room.
On the phone?
We have 2 callers in the queue. I'll open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4301. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. This is Lindsay Tornatori calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent. We want to express our deep appreciation to the CDE Seaford staff for being proactive leaders and updating this guidance document, particularly considering the passage of AB 1078 and in our current political landscape. We are very pleased to see the recommendations we submitted through the IQC process incorporated in this final draft, specifically emphasis on social content standards and, of course, our name change. And finally, we just want to request that the CDE identify opportunities to continue to provide guidance on adoptions for subjects that did not have statewide adoptions, such as ethnic studies and computer science. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4848. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, this is Crystal Jones, parent advocate and leader for Crystal Clear Learning Center. I want to thank the curriculum board for their content, and I just wanted to ask for the special needs where you have the English learners or resources as a priority. Are they able to highlight that for at-risk kids, especially the youth and Black and brown babies starting from TK to 12 years old, doing the same strategy and inclusion methods as this curriculum as advised for special needs for the at-risk children and the children that they're labeling as problem children, to have a strategic plan and development content of curriculum and resources for parents and teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 13.
Okay, so we're open for board discussion or a motion. Is there any discussion? Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes, I move that we approve the guidance for local instructional materials adoption, also known as GLIMA.
Do we have a second? Member Lewis, you get the second. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Ayapan.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Aye.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike. We're going to move right along to item 14, which is the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel. And we're going to have an update from Dr. Young-Suk Kim, who is the chair, and we're going to hear about the consideration of proposed review elements and evaluation criteria. And I understand that member Yoshimoto Tauri needs to recuse herself from this item, but we aren't actually voting on anything. So I don't know that you have to. Does she have to leave the room? Okay, you have to leave the room. Oh, some parts of her job bump up against some parts of this item. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Brindleson, co-director of statewide literacy for the California Department of Education. It is my honor today to introduce Dr. Young-Suk Kim from UC Irvine, who is the chair of our Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel. And she'll be giving you an update as President Darling Hammond has indicated. Dr. Kim?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Young-Suk Kim. I'm a professor and senior associate dean at the School of Education at UC Irvine. I do research on children's language development, reading and writing development, for children from various different first language backgrounds, as well as multilingual and bilingual children of different language pairs, such as Spanish, English, Korean English, and etc. And I have the honor of serving as the chair for the RDRSSP, and it's such an honor to meet you all today. So today, I'm going to seek feedback from the board on the draft review elements and evaluation criteria. The RDRSSP is tasked to evaluate and approve a list of screening instruments by December 31st, 2024. So to this end, we developed a draft review elements and evaluation criteria in line with the California Education Code Section 53008, subdivisions B and G1. So let me briefly go over the development process of the current draft. So quickly after the current panel was formed, we started working on a very initial draft in collaboration with the staff. That was early February, and that draft was shared with the panel members. And in our February 16th panel meeting, we discussed that initial draft and panel members provided feedback. And then based on the feedback, the very initial draft was slightly revised, and that's what's shared with you as part of the addendum for this item. Today, I'm here to seek your feedback, the board members' feedback on this current draft. So after today's meeting, I'll bring the feedback from you, all of you, and then I'll bring it to the panel meeting in March and April meeting, and we're going to discuss the draft further and then revise. And our plan and hope is that we'll be able to bring the final draft for the board approval in May board meeting. The current draft has two big sections. One is review elements, and the second one is review evaluation criteria. Review elements has three sections. One is description of assessment battery. Second one is psychometrics. And the third one is additional information. So let me go over each of the review elements first. And each of the sections, some of them has more information than others. So what I'm going to do is, as I present some of these, I'm going to chunk it, and then I'm going to pause and ask for feedback. So review element section 1 is description of assessment battery, and section 1A is constructs and rationale. So in this section, we're asking publishers to provide information about the constructs and skills that are included, as well as theoretical and empirical rationale. And the constructs and skills included are listed here: oral language, phonological and phonemic awareness, decoding skills, letter sound knowledge, knowledge of letter names, rapid automatized naming, visual attention, reading fluency, vocabulary, and language comprehension. And this is directly from the statute. And on this one, the panel members' primary feedback included a definition of reading difficulties. One might have different definitions, and we thought that we would actually ask for some clear definition of reading difficulties. In addition, publishers might use different theoretical frameworks. So then, what are acceptable and valid theoretical frameworks? We're going to look for information on that. Another important feedback from the panelists was whether assessments are appropriate, particularly for the population that we serve here in California, including multilingual learners. And if assessments are developed in a language other than English, how appropriately they were developed. The section B, 1.B includes descriptions of tasks. So there are three subsections here. The first one is their intended appropriate use of each task. The second point is for each task at each grade level, a description of administration, scoring format, and platform the number of items, assessment time it takes, administration and scoring procedures, and types of scores and their interpretation. And the third point is, if assessment is developed in languages other than English, how tasks have been developed to appropriately reflect different language features. Major panel feedback included assessment features. For example, some tasks may be administered mediated through computers. Then how valid and appropriate is it, especially for young kids that we're going to work with kindergartners to grade 2. So considering developmental appropriateness is important here. Other assessments, some assessment might have adaptive format versus some others may not, and we're going to take into consideration of how detailed information is provided on these aspects. Another important feedback was for students whose home language is other than English, including English learners and those who speak language varieties or those who speak language varieties other than general English. So, for example, those who speak African American English. So here, we're looking for detailed information about their developmental appropriateness. And this is very closely related to validity section that's coming up in section 2. The third section of 1 is interpretation and appropriate use of students' performance. And this includes information about standard interpretation, including types of decision rules such as benchmark goals and or risk levels. And we're looking for information about other considerations such as student and family language background, language of instruction, proficiency in the language of a screening instrument, and prior educational experience, and how these factors are taken into account in decisions about screener use and interpretation. And major feedback from the panel members included reporting of information at composite scores level versus subtasks. Publishers will differ in how they report. We're going to look for as much detailed information. And another major question was about how language proficiency will be operationalized. Language proficiency can be categorized in different ways, and different cut points can be used, and we're going to look for detailed and appropriate information on this aspect. So this is section 1, description of assessment battery. And here I thought we would pause and ask for feedback. And here are 3 guiding questions that might help you think about it. So what are some strengths that you notice in this section 1? And are there any clarification questions that you might have? And the third point is whether you notice any gaps. Is there anything else to add?
Are there any thoughts on that? I will just note that I was pleased to hear you talk about evaluating the developmental appropriateness of the mode of administration of the assessments. We had to take up that issue when we were looking at the new computerized LPAC assessment and made the judgment that in grades K through 2 that should be individually administered so that we know for sure that the students know what they're doing and that their responses can be understood and interpreted. So I think that's a very important element. So thank you for thinking ahead about that. Any other thoughts, Vice President Glover Woods?
I appreciate the inclusion of the language varieties. So in addition to languages other than English, looking at English language varieties as well. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to proceed. I know you have more to tell us, so please go ahead and we'll.
So review element 2 is about psychometrics. So here essentially we're talking about reliability and validity information. So section 2A is about participants who participated in the collection of reliability and validity data, and we're looking for detailed information about the number of participants, demographic characteristics that include grade, age, gender, race, ethnicity, exceptionality status, English learner status, SES, and geographic region. And Section 2B is about reliability. So we're looking for appropriate reliability estimates for different types of tasks. That includes internal consistency information or test retest, alternate form, inter-rater reliability, etc. And we are looking for reliability information by subgroups, not just the entire sample. So subgroups include, again, grade, age, gender, English learner status, exceptionality status, major racial ethnic categories, SES, and number of participants included in each subgroup. Major comment on this one from the panelists was definition of exceptionality status. So by definition, exceptionality status includes both the spectrum, those who have learning disabilities, as well as those who are gifted. Given that this task force is to identify screeners that identify students who are at risk of reading difficulties, we're expecting publishers to focus on those who have learning difficulties. Section 2C focuses on validity, and there are three types of validity evidence that we are looking for. The first one is content validity. So this is essentially how items and content in the tasks is valid based on theory and prior evidence. And the second section is construct validity evidence. Here, we're looking for differentiation of students' performance as a function of different grade levels, as well as their exceptionality status. And the third type of evidence is criterion validity evidence. Here, we have different pieces here. As you can see, there are 4 types. One is concurrent and predictive validity. If data are collected at the same time, and how they are related and predictive, that's called concurrent validity. And if data are collected at different time points, for example, one at the beginning of kindergarten, the other at the end of kindergarten, then the beginning of how students' performance at the beginning of kindergarten predicts their performance at the end of kindergarten. That's predictive validity evidence. Second piece of evidence information we're looking for is minimum language proficiency that is necessary to provide or yield valid information. And the third piece is classification accuracy. So identifying accurately students who have reading difficulties versus those who do not is the information we're looking for. And the last one is types of decision rules. Again, it could be different risk levels, or it could be different benchmark goals. And the panelists' feedback included standard by which English language proficiency is defined. Again, this came up before, but this came up here again. Language proficiency can be defined differently, and we're going to pay attention to that. And we also are going to look for information on all these different types of validity evidence for different subgroups of students, especially for multilingual learners. And we're going to pause again. Now we seek your feedback. Any strengths, clarification questions, or anything to add?
Okay. Yes, Vice President Glover-Woods.
Just a clarification question. Going back to the English language varieties that we saw in the first section, can you clarify for me as we're looking at, let me go back to the slide here, around the participants that would be looked at, the reliability and the subgroups for the reliability. Is race and ethnicity directly aligned to the English language varieties? Is that how we'll know that the survey is appropriate for students who speak that English language variety?
That's a really good question. I do not know whether it will, and I don't think it will, because there are, for example, if you think about subpopulation of African Americans, there's a variation in that population in terms of their use of general English versus African American English. So we are going to look for specifically for that information, language. Those if they have worked with students who speak language varieties, if so, they need to provide information on that. That's a great point. Thank you. We'll bring that.
I have a question about the validity evidence. Couple of questions. Mm-hmm. One is a lot of assessment tools do not collect predictive validity evidence, and so I imagine you're going to get, and that may be true of other kinds of evidence you'd like to collect, that there may be unevenness in the availability of the evidence. And maybe you haven't talked about this yet, but I'm wondering how you might be thinking about evaluating tools when all the evidence that we might ideally want is not available.
That's a great question. So we are thinking about evaluation. So in the last section of today's presentation, we're going to talk about evaluation criteria. There, we are thinking about rubric, for example, and how we're going to evaluate that kind of information. So we're thinking about, instead of just judging whether the publishers have provided information on something or not, we're going to evaluate the strength of the evidence. Mm-hmm. So, for example, predictive validity. You're right that contemporary psychometrics, information we would be looking for is predictive validity in terms of probability. So students in the beginning of kindergarten had performed at a particular level in a particular task, and how does that predict in terms of how successful or not successful at the end of the kindergarten in word reading, for example. That probability is the contemporary information that we're going to look for. If publishers will vary in terms of how solid information they provide, and our plan is develop a rubric that would capture that variation in quality of information.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there may even be things around validity that may have to do with the characteristics of the students being assessed, to your point about whether they're standard English speakers or whether they're English learners or whether they are, so it may be you may have evidence of validity for some populations but not for others. And it may be that the moment in time that the tool is used may make a difference in predictability or other kinds of. For example, at the beginning of kindergarten, you may have a number of students who have not had instruction yet. And so they may not have a risk of reading difficulty. They may not have had instruction yet. So we may want to be thinking about, as you're going down the path, both who a tool may be valid for and when it might be validly or most validly used, when it's more likely to produce valid inferences about whether the responses are due to risk of reading difficulty or due to something else, acquisition of English or, not having had prior instruction.
Okay. So that's the definition of validity that we go by. It's not just, whether the measures, the construct is supposed to measure, but also its use. So that's the validity definition that we'll use, and you're absolutely right about in the beginning of kindergarten, they have not been exposed to instruction. So what we will be ideally looking for is information from different time points. For example, not only the beginning of the year, but middle of the year after students have been exposed to instruction, how that predicts future students' performance.
It may be that the recommendations that the panel might make to us as we, forward the work to the field may also include things not only about is this a reasonable tool, but when might this tool be used or for whom might this tool be used, or so that we're actually reducing the sources of invalidity that are likely. I think that Member McQuillan is also wanting to ask something. Jim?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for noticing my hand. The whole area of validity, really strikes me. Of course, we're such a diverse state with so many different groups and smaller groups, and I think of American Indians and what kids have been exposed to and what they haven't been exposed to, or socioeconomics. I'm reminded of a teacher conversation recently on the reservation where some of the kids had no idea what a subway was. A subway, they'd never been exposed to it, and it was a question. And then what a saucer is, like a saucer with a cup of tea, maybe more of a socioeconomic, but how to validate some of these assessments on all of our communities, and where the American Indian community is really not done well at all on tests and standardized tests, and we're falling apart when we look at the test scores. But anyway, it's such an important topic. I'm so glad we're looking into that. So thank you.
Appreciate the comment.
Any other? I think we want you to barrel on ahead.
So element 3 is additional information, and there are a total of 6 pieces here. The first one is reporting of student performance and how they are analyzed. The second one is information on user interfaces and data management system. And the third point is resources available for teachers, school and district leaders, and parents and guardians, including information available in multiple languages. And the next piece is safeguards to protect student privacy and confidentiality. And the next one is alignment with English Language Development Framework and California Dyslexia Guidelines. And the last piece here is how feedback from users will be utilized and informed. So for these 6 pieces, panelist feedback included that information on guidance for implementation is key, because for the screeners to be successful, it has to be implemented well. And therefore, very detailed information about implementation needs to be provided, including professional development or learning and information on platforms, how platforms can be integrated with existing district data systems. And again, the point about determining how language proficiency is determined, that came up again. And overall, we kind of agreed that we are looking for detailed and comprehensive practical guidelines for different stakeholders, including specific needs of systems and potential barriers for implementation. And I'm going to pause again for feedback for this section 3.
Any thoughts? I do like the idea of providing the districts that will need to choose screeners with the additional information about what they may offer in terms of guidance and administrative information and all of those other things. I think that's going to be really, really important as we roll this out. And do you have any more sections, or?
You have one more section.
Are there any other questions at this moment or thoughts? Okay.
All right, so the last section here is evaluation criteria. So I just went over 3 elements, review elements, and the next section is about how this is going to be applied when we evaluate in the evaluation criteria. So not surprisingly, what I went over, the review elements are going to be all reflected here. So there are 7 bullet points. We're going to essentially look for the extent to which screening instruments measure key constructs in a manner that is theoretically and empirically well-grounded. That's mapped onto the section 1. And the second one is the extent to which screening instruments have been shown to be reliable and valid for populations of students representative of the California student population. That is sections 1 and 2 of the review elements. The third one is the extent to which the mode of administration for the screening instruments are appropriate for students being evaluated. That's going back to section 1. And the next one is the extent to which screening instruments offer well-grounded guidance for determining when a student has sufficient language proficiency for them to be appropriately used. This is related to validity. And the last three are related to the Section 3 additional information, and they include the extent to which screening instruments offer useful guidance for administration and data interpretation and reporting, and the extent to which screening instruments offer educators and families useful guidance for next steps based on students' performances. And the last one is the extent to which screening instruments align with the California Guidance ELA, ELD framework, and the California Dyslexia Guidelines. So again, I'm going to pause for feedback questions.
Those seem like good questions. Those seem like good questions on which to evaluate them. Any other thoughts? So at this juncture, I'm wondering whether we are looking at, so I think we are going to have the public comment slide. And I'll just kind of lead us into that with a little bit of framing. The members of the public who want to call in can use the number and the participant access codes shown on this slide. I will give us a little framing on this as I'm sort of the liaison to this particular undertaking, and then see if there's any other clarifying questions before we move to public comment. So, the screener was, the screening activity that we're involved in is one that was launched through legislation last year. We have the responsibility, and we talked about this at our last meeting, of appointing the panel. We have a very distinguished panel that's going to look at approving or recommending screeners to the field for annual screening for K through 2 students. And it's intended to provide feedback to the educators and parents about whether there are potential risks of reading difficulty. We want to be clear with the field that we're not trying to use this for any kind of diagnosis or labeling. It is really to say, do we understand there to be some risks that then could be attended to by the teachers in terms of other strategies in the classroom. It may flag a need for more evaluation in certain circumstances. We do want to avoid the problems that have sometimes come up with screeners of invalid inferences that sometimes come about, as we were discussing, from either English learners not being prepared to answer the questions in the language of the screener. So there's a provision that if a student is not sufficiently proficient in the language of the screener, that there be a different way by which the educators in the classroom look at their progress and then reevaluate them later if that seems to be, when they're ready, if that seems to be an issue. So we're thrilled that the panel is hitting the ground running, that we are able to give them some feedback about the work that they're doing. They're meeting every month. Thank you very much. So they met last month. They're meeting again this month and the month after. And we will be able to see the complete package of recommendations for the process in May. So just to thank the chair, Dr. Kim, for getting things going, and to open up for any comment from the field and then any comment from the board. Is there anybody on the phone? Okay. I think then the question is there any further discussion or input? I think that, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, and I believe this is probably front of mind for the panel as they are working on identifying screeners through this process. Just again, underscoring and highlighting that the people who would be administering these screeners would be the classroom teacher of the students. So we want to be sure that the screeners are, I would say, user-friendly, definitely valid, reliable, all of those pieces, but is also user-friendly for the teacher that would be administering the screener itself. And to underscore what President Darling Hammond said, we want to be sure that it doesn't misfire and indicate that a student may be in danger of reading difficulties when it might just be, again, the language of the screener, not necessarily that there may be a concern for a reading difficulty. But thank you so very much for bringing this first portion to us. I'm quite excited and appreciate the work of the panel. Thank you.
Yes, Member Patillo Bronson.
I just had one question on review element 3 around how the screener would be described and what sort of outreach there would be to parents and family members. Because you could imagine there is sometimes resistance to being assessed, diagnosed, or potentially tracked into, if a family doesn't understand that this is about a suite of services to support, that they might end up in a special ed program or some other.
Let me just clarify, number one, there'll be multiple screeners, and there is very clear instruction that this is not a diagnosis or a program placement or, special ed identification. So people might be concerned about it, but we will, the screener recommendations will arrive with all those cautions.
So I think the follow-up to that is what is the outreach plan to parents and families to make sure that they understand that and don't keep their kids.
And that's actually probably partly in our bailiwick. The role of the panel is to evaluate the screeners, the tools, and to make recommendations about them. They may also come up with some recommendations about the ways in which it's presented, but I think it will probably be in part our responsibility to think that through.
I appreciate that comment. We believe that clear communications are really important. So in the additional information section, when we evaluate, we're gonna look for clarity on that aspect.
Any other thoughts or comments? And I think it's great to be flagging these concerns because we do want to be sure that the way in which the screeners are taken up is well informed on all of these levels. Any other? I think this is a non-action item, so we just thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for all that you're doing, and we want you to convey our thanks to the entire panel.
Thank you so much for your valuable feedback. I'll bring it to the panel and work on it and hopefully present it in May. Thank you so much.
Take care. So why don't we go ahead and continue through the... Oh, you need Allison to come back in, yeah. Somebody needs to go get Allison. Okay. Yeah. Do you need to? All right, we're gonna keep going, and we're gonna reconvene and take up the waiver consent items W1 through W5. We're gonna open the phone line for public comment, and we'll also ask for in-person public comment. Anyone who wants to call in for comment can use the phone number and the participant access code on this slide. Any in-person public comment?
No.
And I'll give it a little bit of wait time. Is there any phone line public comment?
We do have one person in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4848. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, Hi, yes, Crystal Jones again, representing Crystal Clear Learning Center Virtual Academy. Wanted to go back to the item number for number 13, and I wanted to highlight the need for more virtual online.
We are currently taking public comment for waiver items 1 through 5. Thank you. That concludes public comment for the waivers.
Thank you. So do I have a motion on the waiver items? Member Olken? A second? Member Roscoe Gonzalez? Thank you. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Ayapan.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond. Yes. Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. So at this point, I think we need the public comment slide up again. And we're going to reopen item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft January 2024 meeting minutes and to report on our liaison assignments. I want to know if there are any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person.
No.
And anyone who wants to call in would use the phone number and the access code on this slide. We'll give it a moment. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Member Escobedo. I think you were trying to get in before, so. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Ayapan.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, so now we're going to report out on our liaison activities. And I'm going to start at the end of the alphabet with the alphabetically disadvantaged in the usual member Yoshimoto Tauri.
That's great. I love it.
Always at the end, yes. Let's start with you at the beginning.
Good afternoon again. I'm not going to reiterate anything that we talked about yet, but I'll start with our community schools effort. I just wanted to be sure everyone knew that there's a summit coming on June 13th and 14th in Hollywood. And so if anyone's interested in attending that, registration closes May 31st. And the team's really pleased with the number of Cohort 3 applications for implementation grants. And the CDE is also working on reviewing applications for a formative evaluator. So the team's very, very busy. And in terms of civic seal of engagement, I think I talked about that last time, so I won't today. But the California Service Program released a request for applications for the second round of the California Serves Grant, and those are due March 11th, so very, very soon. And this is an annual grant program that supports the development of effective service learning programs administered by eligible LEAs for students in grade 12 that are, eligible LEAs, forgive me. And then the state budget in 2022 had appropriated dollars for CDE to work with California volunteers to administer the program. So we're very excited about that. And the Power of Democracy of Civic Learning Initiative has just opened the application period for 2024 Civic Learning Awards. That's co-sponsored by their Chief Justice, Patricia Guerrero, along with our State Superintendent of Public Instruction. And so that's very exciting. I believe we've gone before to hear the students present what their learnings. And so that's due March 31st. Again, that's Power of Democracy and Civic Learning. Thank you.
So much. Member Rodriguez.
All right, so my CTC update is brief. Last month, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing adopted revised California standards for the teaching profession. The CSTPs had last been updated in 2009. They describe the knowledge, skills, and abilities expected of effective teachers, while the TPEs are what is expected of the beginning teachers. This updated version emphasizes culturally responsive teaching, social emotional learning, and family engagement. Commission staff are working on a timeline and supports to help LEAs and institutions of higher ed prepare to implement the new standards. And that concludes my report.
Member Patilla Bronson.
So I am now closing out on what has been an exciting year-plus process for the Universal Pre-K work group around quality and access. Of course, that's a broader umbrella that includes the California State Preschool Program, many child care programs that are under the Department of Social Services, but for relevance to the SBE, TK is included in that. So the draft report has been circulated. We had our final meeting just last month, and we'll be having the final drum roll and release later this month. I think many of the sort of data analyses, I think, will sort of confirm things that we have known for some time, which is to say that there are great assets within the early learning system within California and great places to build. The quality standards recommendations focus on 4 major tenets around child-centered learning environments, well-supported and well-prepared workforce, DEI and belonging, and family engagement. And one of the things I think that I'll just flag of note, and there are many findings that will be forthcoming, but one of the disparities that I wanted to lift up is that even with California having made incredible investments in both state preschool, the mixed delivery system, TK, what we are seeing is that preschool children who are Black, multiracial, or Latino are least likely to be represented in the highest quality programs. And so that sort of sets work ahead of ensuring that particularly these subgroups of children, in fact, actually are equally represented and represented in proportion to their place in the population in the highest quality programs. One other thing I'll flag that I think is sort of note and will be an ongoing part of the conversation, as we were talking about curriculum earlier, there is shared work between the SBE and also understanding what we have in common with folks who run the state preschool program. And by that I mean in particular that the TK curriculum has been named by the legislature to be aligned with the preschool transitional kindergarten learning foundations. So more on that in the future. Those are all moving trains, but as I think any parent would tell you, a child doesn't arrive full-born at 5 to the K-12 system. There's all sorts of connections between the early childhood world and K-12. And that concludes my report.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Well, as your assessment committee liaison, there are truly no updates really to discuss except our discussions around the California School Dashboard and Accountability Workplan were covered extensively on item 2 in our agenda. But as a teacher, I deeply appreciate all the efforts that happen in our schools to prepare our students for state testing, which are already started in some areas and are getting ready to start. I want to extend a heartfelt wishes to our students and educators as they undertake this important endeavor. Their dedication and hard work throughout the year is commendable, and this is always a nervous time for students and for teachers because of the accountability piece, but I know that they shine because of all the work they do throughout the year. So in the spirit of wishing them well and knowing that this is just a little portion, a little insight to all the great work they do in schools.
All right. Member Olken.
Thank you. I have two very quick updates. One is from the statewide IEP template group, which we are continuing to make progress on creating a draft template for the IEP process across the state. Currently, RTI is holding focus groups to gather input, and then we're going to meet to review that input and hopefully have something by June. So that's the first update. Second is I attended the quarterly climate change and environmental justice program leadership meeting, which is the group that is helping create units, curricular units at each grade level across the state that are integrated, inquiry-based curriculum units based on environmental justice and climate change. And those units are continuing to progress. Some have already moved into field testing, so things are moving along. And then the last sort of little piece I'm just going to throw in because it's fun is I appreciated that you mentioned Pi Day is coming up on March 14th. And March 14th is also National Write Your Own Story Day. And so celebrating the unique story that we each have to tell. And I think there's a really nice mix or a nice confluence between Pi and our own stories because Pi, it's an irrational number. There's can't be divided by anything. It's goes on forever. There's nothing like it. Just like each of us. So,
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Love that.
Thank you.
Awesome. Write your own pie story. Member McQuillan.
All right. Find my notes here. So my update is brief also from the statewide Model Curriculum Coordinating Council, which I'm a liaison to. And, you know, this is, I don't know, we have to celebrate this when the work is done for these four communities that probably the rest of the population knows very little of. And there's been some really quality work on these statewide model curriculum. The Southeast Asian curriculum, including the Hmong history and cultural studies, Cambodia American history and heritage, and the Vietnamese American refugee experience, along with the Native American studies. You know, those are coming along very well. We met back in February. We were able to get a sneak preview of a lot of the units being developed and gave feedback. And I'm really proud of the work that's been done there. You know, and the committee, the council is made up of course, the state board members, members of the CDE, the IQC Commission, and then the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. So a lot of good work being done there. The Southeast Asian model curriculum is slated to be ready to roll out in the fall of this year, like September of 2024. And then the Native American Studies will roll out about a year later, fall of 2025. But we also we got a sneak preview of the platform that's being overseeing the development of through the California History and Social Science Project. The platform will be hosted by UC Davis, kind of unique, and it'll have lots of different ways to look at the curriculum, broken by area, content area, grade level, and various ways that people can access the curriculum. But I'm so excited about it for the communities to get to know these underrepresented groups. And I've learned so much myself looking at the Southeast Asian curriculum and getting to know those communities over the last 50 years, what they went through, and the rich culture and history of the people there. So it's good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Lewis.
Okay, thank you. I have a brief report for the IQC. We met on January, the IQC met on January 24th and 25th after our last board meeting. And the first day of the meeting, we had 4 new commissioners that took the oath. And then the other, on that day, it was also orientation for all members where they went over the roles and the responsibilities as members of the IQC. They also participated in a range of interactive activities, and they also, each member got to communicate their preference for which subject matter committee assignment they would like. Day 2 was the business meeting where there was the election of the new chair, the vice chair, the executive committee members, along with appointments and elections for the subject matter committee assignments. There's a list of the final commissioner assignments. It's on the IQC website under 2024 SMC assignments, if anyone would like to see that. There were 3 action items on the day 2 agenda. The first was the approval of the meeting dates for the IQC, the approval and recommendations to the SBC for the amended bylaws, which was on the consent agenda for today, and also the approval and recommendation for the proposed revised guidance for local instructional materials adoption, which was also presented and approved today at our meeting. Also, there's a recording of the January 25th meeting if anyone would like to view that on IQC Public Meetings and Agenda. And because there's a lack of agenda items, actionable agenda items for the next meeting, the March 24, 2024 meeting has been canceled. So there will be no IQC meeting for the month of March.
Thank you. Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. I'd like to share a little bit about what's happening with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, also known as CCEE. And we'll share that February was definitely a banner month for the CCEE and the support it's providing across our state. I first would like to share with everyone about the launch of the Resource Hub, the statewide System of Support Resource Hub. As many of you may know, we have over 30 statewide projects, grants, and initiatives. And this is almost like a one-stop shop as far as getting the resources and links to various pieces of that of the system. So I encourage all of you and those who may be listening to please go to the CCEE website. It's just chock full of resources and information that can be utilized at the local level to support students in a variety of different areas. Also in February, their Community Engagement Initiative, PLLN meeting was held on February 1st and 2nd. There were over 512 people that participated, and I will say there were 51 students in that group that participated and had their own area of action. It was just a phenomenal gathering and convening of those related to and associated with the Community Engagement Initiative. And again, I just encourage everyone to go to the website because there are resources for those who are working in that area of community engagement that they can use at the local level. Also in February, there were 2 other things that happened. I'll be very quick on these. We had the statewide System of Support Collaborative meeting that took place the day before the SISC meeting. So that was mid-February. And again, a convening of all those who are part of the statewide System of Support. Not just those who sit in the lead agency positions, but again, a full gathering of those coming together, sharing ideas, thinking about how to communicate, how to collaborate, and how we integrate. So just excited about that. And then CCEE rounded out the month on February 29th with its governing board meeting, where we got to hear a lot of great information as well. So it's on the move. A lot of great work is happening and looking again forward to what will be taking place from the spring and beyond. Thank you.
Terrific. Member Escobedo.
Trustee Yoshimoto and I attended the regional REL meeting. That's the Regional Coming of Office English Learners Specialist Information meeting. It was a great meeting. They presented the OPTEL, if you remember, that was that observation protocol for teachers of English learners. That's a tool used for observation if you are a teacher and want to reclassify a student, I believe listening to the reactions of many of the specialists, they accepted it with open arms. They found that it's very user-friendly, and they're looking forward to sharing this with the rest of the districts. I also attended the amazing facilitation of our Vice President, Glover Woods, during Black History Month. That she did such a beautiful job representing us and just sharing just the great history of our Black brothers and sisters, especially in the area of mathematics. So that was quite impressive. And also want to congratulate Trustee Gabriela Orozco Gonzalez for her work at her school. She is one of 12 schools across the nation that we recognize as America's best schools due to amazing accomplishments by her students, not only in academics, but the whole school climate. And I'll be going with some researchers on Wednesday to verify that award. So just congratulations for being recognized. One of 12 schools nationwide. Thank you.
Great. And Member Ipon.
So I've just been trying to meet with more student board members, whether through a phone call or virtually. A lot of student board members are taking initiative to start student advisory committees for their LCAP, which is really, really great that they're creating that infrastructure, not just for this year, but to last and consistently provide input and look at the data, what that's telling them about their goals, and just throughout the entire 3-year process involve students. We also talk a lot about involving students in the discussion for creating ethnic studies curriculum for the mandatory graduation requirement, or it will soon become a graduation requirement. So that's really great, and I think that's the class itself lends itself well to being a class where you incorporate a lot of student voice and a lot of perspective of understanding others, and it really just promotes activism as well, which I think is really great to have students involved in that. There's a lot of work around creating student board member handbooks. A lot of these student board members are the first to serve in their districts, so it's really great that they're taking the steps to create a plan for their successors to work off of and build on. And I'm trying to facilitate as much collaboration as possible so that students can learn from one another across the state, and I think that's really wonderful. So I'm really looking into that, especially with encouraging student board members to ask their district to create like general student board member emails, because a lot of times you'll find that you'll find board member emails online, but you won't find the email for a student board member, and that could be something that's created, and it makes contact a lot easier. So that's something I'm looking into. And then I was able to connect with a student board member from the Central Valley. It was the first time I was able to connect with a student leader from that area, from that region. And I think it's really great that I'm able to learn from different regions and the needs, because they vary so differently. I hear from major cities, and there's a lot of talk about just CTE work and advancing the learning that already exists. And then in the Central Valley, there's a lot of work of just increasing literacy rates. So I think it's really great that all of those perspectives, there is more student voice in all of those areas. And I look forward to facilitating more conversations and reaching out to more student board members.
Thank you so much. All of my agenda items were covered today, so we're going to move right along to general public comment. And we're going to put the public comment slide up again. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on any matter not included on the printed agenda may provide comment by either in person or by calling the number and using the access code shown on this slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
I tried to sign up, maybe it didn't go through. Hello, my name is Miles Timpson. I'm a math teacher from San Diego.
Could you make sure your mic is working?
All right, I'll try to start again. My name is Miles Timpson. I'm a math teacher from San Diego. Most students in this state are not at grade level on the state test in math. Districts across the state are running deficits to do a bad job of teaching people things they don't need to know. Most people are paycheck to paycheck. 90% of mortgages are 30-year mortgages. Something that affects you for 30 years, we don't teach you anything about it in school. A lot of people can't afford to retire. We don't teach anything about retirement accounts or how Social Security works. I understand you're recruiting some PhDs to implement the new math framework. I don't have a PhD, but I've been teaching math for 12 years, and I'll tell you something none of those PhDs are going to be able to tell you. The standards that underlie the framework need to be redone. There's a crack in the foundation. If you want to do anything about it, go listen to what I said in November. I'd be willing to work with any of you to fix it. It's 2024. I'm not sure why you guys are still wearing masks. You should let members of the public use the same microphone as everyone else. Separate is inherently unequal.
Thank you. Any other comments on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. Then we are ready to adjourn our March 2024 SBE meeting at 2:57 p.m. I know that's some kind of a state board record, I think. Thank you. Thank you all.